name is Connie Valentine. I'm a member of the Incest Survivor Speakers Bureau, and we'd like to welcome you to the 22nd Annual Conference on Child Sex Abuse and Awareness. This time it's on ritual abuse and mind control, the history and the scope. The Incest Survivor Speakers Bureau held a conference about 20 years ago, in 1999, which I thought was a good year to hold it. And it was called the Hidden Holocaust. It was then, as now, a subject nobody wants to talk about. As you can see by the huge size of the audience, this is a difficult topic for anyone to hear, much less speak about, but that's all the more reason to speak about it. We're going to film the speakers with their permission, but not the audience. So if you're going to ask questions, maybe we could ask for the camera to be turned off if you would prefer. Just let us know. A couple of housekeeping items. The restrooms are out this door and to the right, to the left here. And if this is triggering for anybody, whether you're a survivor or a therapist or somebody who's just never heard of this before, please feel free to get up and move around or walk out of the room. We don't mind at all. Lunch will be from noon to 10. Noon to 1. And since there are hardly any restaurants around, we figured we'd just simply call out for pizza. So is there anybody who would like vegetarian pizza? Anybody like other kind of pizza?
Is there a possibility of gluten-free?
Of what?
If not, I can just leave it over.
Gluten-free?
Gluten-free.
Gluten-free? I don't know, I could ask, but I don't think. So just one taker for pizza? Everybody else is going to have lunch on their own?
Oh, no. Everybody wants the objections.
Okay, all right, everybody wants vegetarian pizza and...
Yeah.
Okay,
As
good.
long as it doesn't have liver on it, I'm good.
Yeah. It's anchovies for me, so we won't have that. Okay, so then you can donate to cover the cost or not as you wish. So our first speaker is Randy Noblet, who happens to be a world-renowned expert on ritual abuse and mind control. I'm not surprised at that, but he is, because he and his wife, Ann Perkins, have written two of the most immense tomes on this subject possible. They're on there's a partial list of suggested readings back there. They start with the Nazi doctors, and it goes on down to some of the survivor. There are more and more survivor writings coming out, including the book that you have on there, which is free if you want to take one. It's a book by Wanda Carey. It's excellent. So these two books are essential, I think, for knowing about ritual abuse and mind control. There are a couple of others that are also extremely important. My last comment is this is a pernicious, frequent, yet unrecognized form of abuse in our world, and at least in many, many problems in adulthood. So we'll turn it over to Randy.
Good morning, everybody. This is obviously not a fun topic to talk about, but sometimes you have a duty and responsibility to talk about things that are difficult. And this is one of those. So talking about this topic is what we have to do. And hopefully we can also, in addition to talking, we can also figure out ways to take some sort of constructive action. Excuse me. So, some of the material will be explicit, and it's not really intended to be triggering, but it might be, as Connie said, please engage in healthy self-care. And I think even beyond that, we need to create a safe space here, if that makes sense. So it's like the whole community, we're all aware that we support the well-being of survivors, and if anyone here is not in a comfortable spot. We support them in being okay. So this is a safe place. Hopefully, if someone needs to say, what you said disturbs me, then I don't think we should ignore those kinds of responses when they happen. So I'm not a survivor, but I'm a psychologist, and I've treated about 300 people with these stories. And it seems that the stories of abuse are all about disregarding the well-being and comfort of the victim. And so whenever we talk about this, we need to reverse it. We need to be very respectful and very sensitive to the needs of individuals who have been exploited. I also wanted to say that this material represents my own point of view and not necessarily any of the institutions that I'm affiliated with. Although I'm happy to be affiliated with an institution that has been so far pretty supportive of the whole issue of recognizing the needs and rights of survivors of abuse as well as extreme abuse. For our most recent book that Pam and I wrote, entitled is Cult and Ritual Abuse, Narratives, Evidence, and Healing Approaches. They gave me a sabbatical in support of updating that book. So that was nice to have a university do that. So,
I just started to interrupt. There's a lady here who wants to take a video, but we talked about making sure none of the participants are going to be having pictures taken of them. So would you like her to sit somewhere closer so that she make sure none of the participants are going to be in her video?
yeah, I would suggest, have you gotten permission of Connie Valentine?
Yeah, I found out about this the other day, and I drove all the way from Berkeley, and I'm on a media exodus, so I was hoping to put this on public access channel.
Okay. What I would suggest is first check with Connie Valentine. She's the person coordinating. The other thing is, and I'm okay with this, but she needs to be okay. And the other thing is, I don't know that there's permission to take pictures of anyone else. Thank you. Thanks for alerting me.
Okay, yeah. Well, Connie was here. She's in.
So, is everybody doing okay? Good. As you all know, I'm guessing some of us here might be like healthcare professionals. Are there any like counselors, social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists? Okay, so it looks like there are a number of healthcare professionals here. So as we probably all know, child abuse is not a topic that healthcare professions have seriously addressed historically. Okay? Has child abuse existed, say, before the 1900s, you suppose? Yes. So obviously it has existed. But I was in graduate school in, before 1978, I was in graduate school getting my degree in psychology. And I remember looking in one of the large psychiatric textbooks, Kaplan's famous textbook on psychiatry, big, thick encyclopedic work. And I just wanted to see what they had to say about child abuse. So I looked in the index, I looked all over. There was nothing there. So you have this like over 1,000-page book, and I could find nothing on child abuse. So why is that? Why have we lived in a well-educated world where this topic is almost not discussed at all? Anyway, so really, from my point of view, an advocacy movement began in the roughly 1970s, in which people were beginning to talk about child abuse as a reality. Prior to that time, many physicians and other healthcare providers, if they observed a suspicious situation involving a child, they were likely to come up with some benign interpretation rather than interpreting the situation as child abuse. So children were known to go to emergency rooms with injuries, and it was very unusual, very rare that anyone identified the injuries being associated with abuse. Now we know that child abuse is very common, and it's only recently that that point of view has begun to develop. So about the 1970s, and that was about the time that the women's movement was beginning to pick up steam. So women were beginning to say, we are not being treated fairly. We have been treated badly. Along with the whole issue of women's rights came up the fact that women also were saying, and we often are abused. Along with that particular statement, people began to pay more attention also to children. So until that time, we lived in a very patriarchal world where men who had power could basically do what they want, and they would rarely be held to account. The civil rights movement began to pick up steam at that time. And then ritual abuse allegations started becoming widespread during the 1980s, in North America at least. So I'm wondering if anyone remembers that first publication that got a lot of attention, and I believe it was 1980. Hey, I'm a frustrated professor, I have to do this. Would anyone like to mention that first publication?
Michelle remembers.
Michelle remembers, okay. So Michelle Remembers is a survivor story, but it's also written by her psychiatrist, Lawrence Pastor. So, is it Michelle Smith? Okay. So it was a survivor story, and so many people say that that's when the whole idea first appeared in public. Of course, that is not exactly true. There have been throughout history stories about this kind of child abuse and abuse of adults. Actually, when I was in the Air Force in 1979, and when I was in the Air Force, I interviewed an enlisted man who told me that he had been to a gathering where people were in robes and were chanting, and it sounded like one of these stories of ritual abuse. He came to see me because in the Air Force at that time, he was afraid that he might be gay because another man at this, what he thought was a sex party, had sex with him, and he did not resist. So, in the Air Force, in the military at that time, you could actually be separated if you were gay. So it was a significant issue for him as a military person. I personally felt like that policy was unjust, and also because I had a confidential relationship with my clients, I didn't feel any duty to report it to anyone else. But the thing that surprised me was he seemed more worried about the issue of his sexual orientation, whatever it was, as opposed to having been in a party where people were wearing robes and had candles and were chanting to demons and so forth. So anyway, at that time I had no training in dissociative identity disorder, which we now know is correlated with these kinds of events. So I just basically met with him for supportive counseling, and he seemed to eventually feel okay, and he completed therapy, and that was the end of that. Now, if I had such a client, I would know to do other things. So we know that we need to explore the possibility of a dissociative disorder with such individuals. The dissociative experience, the DES, the Dissociative Experiences Scale, is an excellent tool for that. Also, I find that the MMPI, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, is very helpful. There are two post-traumatic stress disorder scales that I found are almost always elevated when these clients come in for therapy. Now, often clients come in for therapy and they have no idea that they're going to be telling a story of ritual abuse. So sometimes they come in and say, my life is really weird, or I'm having constant conflict with my spouse or partner, or I have strange dreams. So there can be a wide variety of different explanations for why these clients come in for therapy. And sometimes they know. Sometimes they come in and they say, I think I might have that multiple personality thing. So in any case, clinicians really need to be prepared. I was not prepared because in my university, we didn't teach that. What we taught was that dissociation is a very rare, unusual experience, and it might be actually created by therapists. So that's sort of the false memory syndrome theory, and that's what still is taught in many universities and is what was taught in our school. However, many of you who are clinicians know that you can believe this, you can believe that, but when you have someone come into your office and they are switching identities, there is no other good explanation when you see this happening. So when people have this experience, the only good explanation is to describe it for what it is. People do not do this for attention. They get no pleasure out of doing this. It is a costly kind of experience for the survivor to have. And what I found is, to my surprise, the stories these clients were telling actually made sense. And when they were treated with respect, they made progress. And some of them were able to really accomplish full recovery. Others would sometimes have more chronic problems that were residual, but all made at least some progress. So, however, the first case that was published in 1980 is the one that the false memory folks say, this is where the false memories all come from. But actually, in my case, I heard one of these stories before that particular book was published. And actually, if you look at the literature carefully, you'll see there's other, there actually was a trial in England way before then associated with this kind of abuse. And there was a conviction. Okay. probably know, the term that first also seemed to be used with this concept was satanic ritual abuse. So the first person that I met did talked a lot about Satan and satanic stuff. That was sort of another alien concept to me. But as I began to hear more stories, I also heard stories about kinds of ritual abuse that would not easily be categorized as satanic. Does that make sense? So I heard people talk about other kinds of like demonic rituals. So in some religions, obviously in Christianity, Satan has a prominent role, sort of the anti-hero in Christianity. But there are other religions, certainly Judaism, and in Judaism, Satan is not that important a character. If you want to see sort of a Jewish point of view about Satan, look at the book of Job. And in the book of Job, Satan is in the palace of the Creator, and he's having conversations with the Creator. There are other religions as well. And here, because we live in California, we know about multiple cultures and many religions. And different religions and cultures have different conceptualizations for malignant spirits. So as time went by, I began to have people who came to me, and they might originally talk about satanic ritual abuse, and then they might mention, I had one woman I remember talking about what she called voodooism. And she was able to describe in detail Haitian voodoo, Dahomian religious practices associated with African indigenous religions. So anyway, you will sometimes hear people talking about Scandinavian, Germanic, pagan beliefs, Irish, Celtic, Roman. So for those of us who work in this area and see lots of clients, we'll hear stories about lots of different spiritual points of view. So for me, it was important to try to be broader about this, not limit it just to people with stories that addressed satanic themes. Another, which was actually confusing to me originally, were the many occult groups that openly have meetings and gatherings that talk about Lucifer rather than Satan. So for those with like a typical Christian background, I think many people think of Lucifer as an angel before his fall, and Satan as the name, or technically Satan is actually a title, meaning the adversary in Hebrew. So if I were to bring this up in my catechism class when I was a youngster, the nuns would have said, well, they're the same thing, and would tell me, the Catholic point of view about it. But when you discuss this with survivors, they often talk about, no, these are two different entities. So, like the idea of the Greek and Roman gods, there are little shades of difference between the various gods and goddesses. There are shades of difference, at least for those who have this particular point of view, between the two. So I remember an occasion where, so I am a secular psychologist, but I respect the religious views and spiritual views of my clients. To me, that's critical. You must respect their views and honor them. So I remember one time I was referred a new client for an evaluation by a Christian therapist. And so this was a young woman. She came in, and I asked her, why have you come to see me? And she said, well, my therapist wanted to know if I have DID. And so you want me to try to help make that more clear, whether you have DID or not? Yes. Okay. So one of the things I try to do is not to lead clients, because you know the false memory theory is built on the idea that therapists actually lead people to think and believe these things that they tell in their various stories. So I said, why are you entertaining the idea that you might have DID? And so she talked about it a little bit. It wasn't very clear. I said, well, if you do have DID, what might have caused it? And she said abuse. Again, typically very brief, laconic answers, because the survivor doesn't want to give the details of the story. And that's to be totally understood. And as you all know, they're often threatened by perpetrators to not tell. So I said, well, can you tell me a little bit more about the abuse? And so I continued to ask her to talk, and so finally she said, satanic ritual abuse. And so I said, well, I think I know what that means, but I'd like you to tell me more so I get it from you. And so she gave me a typical, definition. And I said, when you say satanic, what do you mean? And so, again, a typical, I think, Christian definition of what most people would say to that. And so then my question was to her, what about Lucifer? And she gasped, grabbed her chest, her voice switched, and in a deep voice said, "You're getting too close." So for her, Satan and Lucifer were different. Satan was a superficial, sort of flamboyant, evil being, whereas the other was the more beguiling and dangerous. So I began to learn about Luciferian, as opposed to satanic, demonic thinking. But anyway, as my slide is discussing here, sometimes ritual abuse is associated with transgressive religions, religious themes. Satanism, Luciferianism, demons, and other malevolent spiritual entities, to include Middle Eastern, so you sometimes hear names of like Canaanite gods from the Old Testament. I'm not going to say a lot of these words repeatedly, because that, for survivors, that can be triggering. Are you with me? I think you know all these names. Okay? So some of the Canaanite deities and Afro-Caribbean. So again, I'm not going to say the names of some of those well-known Loa. They're sometimes called Loa. They're not actually gods and goddesses. They're more intermediaries. Or if you want to talk about Santeria, they call them the saints. Anyway, but sometimes these themes are used in malevolent rituals. Also, salvation, so you know that there's a goddess in India who actually the Beatles incorporated her story into their movie Help. So if you want to see something about, they actually mispronounce her name, I presume it's safe to say at one time Kali, since it also sounds like the name for a cat, but it's spelled differently. Nordic names, so we'll often hear about the god for whom Wednesday is named, right? Wotan or Woden, if you're Scandinavian. Anyway, but these different concepts of spiritual beings are often brought up in these rituals. I don't know if any of you listen to ever the music of Joan Baez. We're sort of in her neighborhood, aren't we? And she actually produced a record called Play Me Backwards. And that particular piece of music is fascinating because it actually shows the sort of eclectic quality that many ritual abuse gatherings have. So she talks about a man with a mask from Mexico. So Aztec and other Native American gods or demons or spirits may play a role in this. She talks about other varying topics. So many of these ritual abuse gatherings are somewhat eclectic. They borrow spiritual traditions from a variety of sources. Many survivors will talk about having been in different places where the particular transgressive themes were somewhat different. So we need to be open to the idea that this might not all be just satanic. It might be related to a lot of, but it typically is transgressive. So you're not talking about benign spiritual ideas. Also, some ritual abuse occurs in transgressive rituals of what Brene calls spurious fraternal organizations. So, and I think I've had the wrong date. It says Brene, not 2018, but her most recent book actually came out this year, it's 2019. And the title of her most recent book is, she's a survivor. She's a ritual abuse survivor. Is Answer to Jung. Do we have anybody here interested in Carl Jung? Okay, so recently, not too long ago, Carl Jung's Red Book, his own personal, his journal, was published. It had been hidden prior to just, I believe it was 5 years ago, or was it 2012? Anyway, it's not very long ago it was published, and he died a long time ago. It was kept secret because it talks about very bizarre material, including, he has a whole section on this entitled A Ritual Murder. So this is stuff that popped up in his mind as he was sort of free associating, doing his approach he called active imagination. In active imagination, you sort of let your imagination go wherever it needs to go. You draw, you write, you do whatever creative thing you can. Very much like what many therapists do now with survivors, whether you're Jungian or not. You know, have them draw, have them write, have them bring in artwork to you. Very constructive method. But he came up with an image that he entitled Ritual Murder. I'm not going to describe it. It was, here's some. And so if some of you are in a good place and you want to go read that, the Red Book is, I'm sure, in many libraries. You could probably find it online. But it's very impressive. The Red Book is impressive because it's beautiful. It has artwork in it. The artwork looks like, to me, like museum pieces. His art skill was incredible. And his writing was incredible. And Brene, who was a survivor of ritual abuse in various fraternal organizations, talks about a lot of the material in Jung's book being like the material and themes that came up in her own abuse. So it is something that's worth looking at. And certainly Brene's book is a fascinating book from a survivor. She has a doctorate in art history. So it's interesting to see this wholly different perspective on rituals from a survivor who also was a scholar. She has a PhD in art history. So there are some fraternal organizations that sometimes get blamed for a lot of ritual abuse. Margaret Smith was another author who wrote about these fraternal organizations. Her book was entitled Ritual Abuse. And some of these fraternal organizations that get blamed are known to do good things. You've heard about hospitals that provide free treatment for children with severe medical problems, right? And so we have to believe that some of these fraternal organizations, at least, also do good things. But within them, they talk about spurious, meaning there are variations of these fraternal organizations that don't follow the rules that everybody else. They're sort of like mavericks. And so Renee says she believes that it's some of these maverick groups that are the ones doing the abuse, whether they're happening within the mainstream organizations or not, who knows. These are some of the characteristics of ritual abuse. It also, in my experience, it also seems to be that it occurs in families where there's multi-generational incest. So, in fact, that's often the first story that the therapist will hear. That the client will talk about, I was abused at home. And then the next thing the therapist may later hear is, I was abused by various family members, so more than one person at home. And then the therapist may hear, I was abused at home by family members, and people from the neighborhood were brought in. And then later, so the story typically evolves from, it typically begins with incest, and then you hear other more bizarre elements to the story. Again, even when the therapist is being very careful not to lead the client toward that elaboration of the story. Particular symbols will be described, and so there are many, many similarities. I wanted to go back just for a moment to Joan Baez. Moved on too quickly from her. You all can pull up her music, if you like, from YouTube. So YouTube has live renderings of her music, I believe, maybe in San Francisco, in San Francisco, where she's singing live. And I would encourage you to do that because the song describes the stories of ritual abuse that survivors tell. And Joan Baez introduces the song not as just sort of an urban legend or here's stuff I've heard from other people. She says, this is real in her video. So we're hearing someone who was certainly a celebrity, at least for many of us, maybe some of us who were against the Vietnam War, someone is also somewhat of a hero. Say that. So ritual abuse is often associated with some sort of demon themes, whether they're the demons of Christianity or other cultures, and also fraternal organizations, especially fraternal organizations kind of gone bad. Some abuse survivors also describe what they call mind control. So I don't use the word mind control too much because, but I always use the words that the survivor uses. So nowadays, the most common category that I hear survivors, when they name the kind of abuse they experience, they typically say ritual abuse and mind control. So I will repeat that. The reason I'm uncomfortable with mind control is I'm not sure how much people's minds are controlled over time. I think that's one of the lies that these abusers tell the abused, that you will will always be under our control. And I think we as therapists want to help them see that that's not necessarily so. If you are 4 years old and you're captive in a family that does these things, you are under their control. But when you leave that environment, and when you start talking about the stories, when you start telling others about it, when you speak your mind, when you find healing, however you can find it. I think there are a variety of ways to do it. We'll talk about that too. So you're not necessarily under someone else's control. To me, that's part of the cultic propaganda. So I don't really want to reinforce that. If the survivor tells me that, that's what happened, I totally respect it. I wasn't there, I didn't see what happened. On the other hand, survivors will talk about, so when you talk about mind control, they're talking about extreme abuse, not necessarily with any demonic things, not necessarily with fraternal organizations involved sometimes. And they talk about medical equipment, scientific equipment that is used to push the experience of pain, distress, and disorientation to the maximum. Sometimes the term that you'll hear is government mind control because it's a historical fact that the U.S. government was studying what they call mind control.
MCAL.
Yeah. So that's a historical fact, and so the question for me is, are the abusers the same people that were in the CIA, say, 50 years ago doing this, or are they related? Are they carrying the tradition that they're passing on? Or are these individuals who are using this, they're telling the story to make it even scarier? I don't know. I simply listen to what the survivor tells me. And I assume that what the survivor's story is the best representation of what happened, and it is always superior to mine. So I use whatever language the survivor uses. And I have worked with people who describe this as sort of a primary abuse, and I found that they were able to have success in therapy. But again, I think in therapy, many of the common elements of therapy that are successful are people who have more minor problems. You know, those of us who don't like our jobs, or we're frustrated with modern politics, or whatever, those sort of everyday problems. We need hope. Even those minor problems require some sense of hope and an opportunity to feel like things can be better. In the case of ritual abuse mind control, of course, that's critical. How do we help someone find that and feel like they can nurture themselves toward that healing experience? We know that it happens. I know that it happens because I've seen the clients do it. I'm guessing that you all have seen it happen too. Maybe in your lives, or maybe in someone else's that you know. Okay. So I also wanted to mention that in ritual abuse mind control, we see what I call it dissociation of identity. I'd rather say that than DID, because DID is like a diagnosis. And although it may be technically correct to say that someone meets the criteria for DID, I would rather talk about this as a kind of experience and behavioral enactment. It's something that you do, it's something that you experience. I don't necessarily want to consider it an illness. In fact, when survivors tell me, am I mentally ill? I say, well, some people think you are. My opinion is that you have a normal response to a crazy kind of abuse. I think if anyone else were abused the way you were, they'd have these experiences too. So I don't consider it mental illness, although it is debilitating. So if you have been tortured in this way, there are many typical, ordinary, normal things you can't do like other people with ease as other people do. mention that dissociation of identity, so that's my preferred term, is people with dissociation of identity. They do appear very much like what has historically been called demon possession or spirit possession. So even the DSM, the Diagnostic Manual for Psychiatrists, recently made that point. So in the last update of that, the DSM, it was in 2013, they included the expression that this is like possession. And so if you have a client who's having possession-like experiences, it really may be DID. So that's one element that's very common to people with these stories. They're not always the full kind of DID that every survivor story is not exactly the same. Their behaviors are not the same. Their experiences are not exactly the same. One, though, other common experience is being trigger responsive. So this actually is my main area of interest in the treatment of people with dissociation of identity. So I believe it's really hard to function in the world if you have to be different people at different times. You follow where that's debilitating? Although some survivors like that about themselves. They say, I like being all the me's that I am. And so I tell therapists, don't try to take that away from them. That's what they want. It's their decision who they are, not our decision who they should be. That was part of the abuse. Someone else wanted to decide who they would be. So I'm fine with individuals making that decision, but I tell them, if you do therapy with me, I will honor that. But many people that I do therapy with integrate spontaneously. That's just what happens. So you need to be aware that if you do therapy with me, it may happen even though I'm not trying to make it happen. But the other thing is being triggered. So if you switch, that can be debilitating. But what if you're triggered? What if, so my wife Pam is right here, and my wife and partner and co-author, she has a friend who's a therapist with DID, and she took the friend shopping. The friend was visiting from another state, and they went shopping, and they went into a toy store. Well, they walked by a toy store, and the survivor was like right in there. And the survivor sat down. It was an adult woman. She sat down on the floor and was playing with the toys. You understand what happened, don't you? So she was triggered by the toys, and her child parts wanted to be there and play with the toys. So Pam just sort of looked out that no harm was going to come to her. Eventually, the survivor realized what she had done, and she was very embarrassed. You follow what I'm saying? This was not done for attention. It was embarrassing to her. But she appreciated that she had been treated with kindness, and that someone hadn't tried to drag her out of there, or call the police, or call a hospital, whatever. So, triggers. Now, some triggers are just out there in the world, right? Like these toys. Others are not just readily out there in the world. So there are certain words and gestures and patterns of touch and so on that are not out there in the world. But if therapists know how these triggers work, we can help the clients, the survivors, become aware of them and learn to desensitize to them so that they no longer respond to them. So I've had a number of clients who told me that they had a situation where someone was leaving their apartment. The survivor knew that she had had sex, but she didn't remember it happening. She didn't know how it happened. So I tried to encourage her to reconstruct what happened. And in every occasion, the survivor was able to identify a particular kind of signal. In one case, it was not deliberately done to her, as far as I could tell. She was in a store, And the store, you know how they play music? Music is very powerful as a part of therapy and healing. But at the particular time this survivor was in the store, they were playing Frere Shaka. So that's like a theme song for one of the fraternal organizations. Brother John, wind bells are ringing. Anyway, trust me, it's triggering. And so she was triggered, and apparently some male there saw her and followed her home. And fortunately, she had the presence of mind that when she got home, he tried to force himself into her apartment, and she had the ability to forcefully literally kick him out. She kicked to get him out and slammed and locked the door. But she had been triggered, and someone who had perpetrator inclinations must have seen it. This is another thing. Survivors need to know, you need to know that sometimes you let the world know your story. And that's fine, it's good, but sometimes you do it when you're vulnerable. And you don't necessarily, that's not a good idea, okay? So that's another thing in therapy that I think is helpful for survivors to start to see, how can I help myself not advertise when I'm in a situation that's not protective? And then if I am in a vulnerable situation, how can I be strong in the presence of triggers? So one of the things I found is that when survivors do this, when they learn to not respond with vulnerability to triggers, you follow, but with strength, they tell me that they find that some of their family members show that they are afraid of the survivor. You get it? Your magic doesn't work on me. Maybe my magic works on you. Anyway, and it's not my goal to encourage survivors to be sadistic or mean to other people, even if they were harmed. But simply to find your strength. Find your voice. Find your strength. And believe in the reality that you don't have to be victimized anymore. This is something that can be gotten through. So the thing that helped me with this area, actually, I was sort of picking up little bits of it, but I had a couple of survivors come to me who said, one woman said, she said, I really want to see you. I said, why? Why me? My schedule is full. And she said, well, I hear that you're interested in programming. I said, yes, I am. What do you know about that? And she didn't answer. She just said, no one in my position has ever gotten out. So she claimed to be a teacher of programmers. So I got to work with her. And so in doing so, learned more about that. And I believe that there is helpful information for all of us if we understand not how programming is done, because the programming is done with abuse, and that's not ever acceptable for any reason. But knowing the mechanics, how does it work? How do you shut it down? How do you open it up? And then how do you desensitize it so it goes away? Therapists can do that. Okay. So I see that I have a 2-hour presentation, and I've gotten through 8 slides. See what happens when we have someone who's used to teaching class. Speak to you. So let me run through some of this. Anyway, you know about the backlash. There was a backlash, obviously, to survivors of all kinds, including ritual abuse and mind control. The False Memory Syndrome Foundation is famous for that. I want to run through some of this because I think it's important. So you all know about the Patent interview, I'm sure. That happened a while back. So there's in the Netherlands, I believe, there's a publication called Patent of the Journal of Pedophilia. And one of the founders of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation was interviewed by Pedicare. And the interviewer asked, is choosing pedophilia for you a responsible choice for the individual? See, I think the word pedophilia is really a bad word, because philos means love, like love, brotherly love. It's a non-possessive, non-exploitative love. And I don't think anyone feels that way about children when they abuse them. I don't think, we shouldn't use the word pedophilia, but that's sort of the technical term, professional. Anyway, the interviewer says, is choosing pedophilia, notice they use the British spelling, for you a responsible choice for the individual. And Underweger is not here to defend himself. He died some years back, but this is part of history. Certainly it is responsible. What I've been struck by, as I have come to know more about and understand people who choose pedophilia, is that they let themselves be too much defined by other people. That is usually an essentially negative definition. Pedophiles spend a lot of time and energy defending their choice. I don't think pedophiles need to do that. Pedophiles can boldly and courageously affirm what they choose. They will say that what they want is to find the best way to love. I am also a theologian. He was. He was a minister, a psychologist, a licensed psychologist. I believe it is God's will that there be closeness and intimacy, unity of flesh between people. Pedophile can say closeness. This closeness is possible for me within the choices that I make. Of course, we know that that's not the legal standard. You know, if you're doing this, it's not acceptable. His wife also, in this interview, said it would be nice if someone could get some kind of big research grant to do a longitudinal study of, let's say, 112-year-old boys with loving pedophiles. So you know that's why we have IRBs, institutional review boards. You know that the IRB would not ever allow that. I mean, that's like, that would be horrifying if anyone, aside from an Underweger, brought it up. So, I'm guessing we all know the story of Dr. Jennifer Fry, who's a prominent psychologist at the University of Oregon, and she's the editor of the Journal of Trauma and Dissociation. And but anyway, she's a very big and important person in the ISSTD, which is the International Society for the Study of Trauma and Dissociation. Well, Jennifer Fry, at one point in her life, in the past, went to a therapist, a licensed psychologist, and on the way home from that session, she had flashbacks of her father abusing her. And she confronted her parents about it. This confrontation led to the creation of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation. Jennifer Fry was that young woman. She still is, and she's still producing scientific literature. She's still teaching. There was a letter published in the Journal of Treating Abuse Today, which is no longer in print. Peter Fry is my brother. Pamela Fry is both my stepsister and sister-in-law. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Michael Jackson thing. Jennifer and Gwendolyn Fry are my nieces. There's no doubt in my mind that there was severe abuse in the home of Peter and Pam while they were raising their daughters. Peter said on your show, Divided Memories, for something that came out of one of these television programs, that his humor was riddled. Those of us who had to endure it remember it as abusive at best and viciously sadistic at worst. The False Memory Syndrome Foundation is a fraud designed to deny reality that Peter and Pam have spent most of their lives trying to escape. There's no such thing as false memory syndrome. It is not by any normal standards a foundation. Neither Pam nor Peter has any significant mental health expertise. That the False Memory Syndrome Foundation has been able to excite so much media attention has been a great surprise to those of us who like to admire and respect the objectivity and motives of people in the media. Neither Peter's mother, who's also mine, nor his daughters, nor I have wanted anything to do with Peter and Pam for periods of time ranging to more than 2 decades. We do not understand why you advise such an obviously flawed story. The bias you did based on a severely biased presentation. So you all know that sometimes there are documentaries that appear that talk about abuse survivors in an unflattering way, or that approach them in an amazingly unbelieving way. And so this letter from the brother of the founders of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation addressed that. Ritual abuse cases often result in difficulties and problems, and part of the reason is because there's so much misinformation that has been provided by groups like the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, but also they're just really complicated. So I'm guessing that just in this room we have people who are some are therapists, some are survivors, some both. These are really complicated situations. And the depth of harm that has been done is profound. So trying to work constructively in this area is very difficult. In my opinion, this is the most difficult work I have ever been involved in. So we don't need people spreading false information about it. So you all have probably heard about the McMartin Preschool. So I'm from LA, and in LA we had a famous case many years ago, the McMartin Preschool case. I'm guessing most of you have heard of it. I'm going to run through most of this. The reason I mention it is people still talk about the McMartin case as a bogus case. People still say that. But Pam and I actually came out to Los Angeles. We were living in Texas at the time, so we came to Los Angeles for another reason, and we met with the McMartin parents at Cheesecake Factory. So it was wonderful meeting the families of the McMartin family, the parents of the McMartin families. In fact, Pam continues to keep contact with one of the leaders of the parents who were speaking out about the abuse. When we met with them, the thing that really blew me away was I thought I saw the parents switching. So while we're sitting there and having conversation, I'm talking to an adult woman, and she's, talking about just stuff that's going on, current events, whatever. And then her voice changed and got very different. And I said, do you know what I'm noticing? And she said, yeah. So apparently she was aware. I didn't want to confront her with that, but that to me was very interesting. I didn't know that anyone ever talked about the notion that some of the parents might have also had, their own multi-generational abuse as well. I mention that because that's a very important issue. In order to protect children, survivors need to know, if you're a survivor, you need to know, do I have parts of me that don't know this child is mine? And that think that Lucifer is a great guy or whatever. So you need to know that. You also need to know, do I have parts of me that go into like a deer in headlights state and can't see, can't realize when alarms should be going off. So those parents who are survivors, we shouldn't be accusatory toward them, I would say. But we need to help them. How do you continue to be the mom you need to be, or dad, to help your child be safe. And that's what I love about CPPA, protective parents. We need to fully support protective parents. So anyway, but I want to say a few other things that some people may not know about. I don't know if any of you have read the writing of Roland Summit. I don't know that he's still, I think he's retired. Roland Summit. He was a professor at UCLA in medical school, and he wrote an article about the tunnels of McMartin. So when the police investigated McMartin preschool, the children talked about tunnels. You know, that's kind of a common theme in ritual use. Any ideas why? Tunnels.
Keep it in underground.
Yeah. Well, also, we have all these legends, stories, and beliefs about the demons are in the air. Watch the opera Tannhäuser, the German opera by Wagner. And you'll see a story about a crusader, his name is Tannhäuser. And he goes into a mountain where he meets Venus. And you know, who would be Venus if you change it from Roman or to Latin? Venus, at least in the morning, is called Lucifer in English. Okay. And so he's in the earth, he comes out later and he has many adventures, and all this happens on Walpurgis Night, which is what? April 29th? Oh, I'm sorry, 30th. April 30th, May 1st. That's for, you know. Anyway, but this is an opera. I've never heard anyone, I think Aleister Crowley wrote some about the opera. It's like he saw, wow, we do that too, you know. But most other opera critics, they don't talk about that. But there's a lot. So if you keep your eyes open, you see lots of stuff around you that show this culture of weirdness has been with us for a long time, and it's multicultural. It's across many cultures. But Roland Summit did investigate with the help of Gary Stickle, who was a UCLA archaeologist, and he found evidence of tunnels under the preschool. But anyway, tunnels, you always find tunnels in these stories. The Hellfire Clubs of England. So this was back before the Revolutionary War. There were Hellfire Clubs in England and Ireland as well. And the Hellfire Clubs, you can go see them now. They have tunnels. Why do you want to go under the ground? That's part of the legend and part of the way of thinking about this. One view, from a Gnostic point of view, is that there is a deity of spirit and there's a deity of the earth. The deity of the earth is Satan. So, in fact, in one of the letters of Paul, he calls Satan the god of this earth. So I thought that was kind of an interesting quote. Didn't know I was going to be citing scripture today. Okay. So I wanted to quickly go through to what degree do mental health professionals believe RA/MC survivors? So that's an important question. So when we see a survivor who tells us kind of narrative, should we be skeptical, like what many universities teach? Be skeptical, those are probably false memories. Or should we be supportive and maybe open to believing? So what I did is, first of all, when you read the literature, just people's comments and observations, most people who comment on this don't cite any research. They just say, it's all bogus, it's false memories, don't believe it. I mean, I'm summarizing hundreds of publications. That's what they say. They cite no research. So I'm going to run through all the research that's been done so far on the believability of survivor stories, okay? So I found 7 studies. By the way, they're discussed in more detail in the book Cult of Ritual Abuse, the 2014 edition. So, moving right along. The first study was by Carrie, and she does study of members of the ISTV back in 1992 or 91 when she did the study. She presented it at one of their conferences in 1992. She found that out of 1,185 members of this professional society studying dissociation, a large sample, 88% endorsed that they reported belief in ritual abuse involving mind control and programming. Does that blow you away? I mean, mental health professionals, how do you even get 2 mental health professionals to agree to anything? That's amazing. I mean, 88%, that's almost a full consensus, isn't it? Very significant. But notice, that was published, or it was presented in 1992, so that was right before the False Memory Syndrome Foundation came into existence, spreading all this other point of view. It's really, it's just an idea because they don't have research that shows otherwise. This is the first step historically. Another, which may be significant to you all here, being that we're in Davis, is the studies by Goodman, Shin, Bottoms, and Shaver, and Bottoms, Shaver, and Goodman. So you may recognize that some of these folks are affiliated with UC Davis, right? Okay. So they actually conducted 5 studies. So I broke these down into really collections. So I'm not going to go one study at a time with each team of researchers. So they found that, by the way, this team of researchers is skeptical. They genuinely support the False Memory Syndrome Foundation's position. However, their findings, from my point of view, seem to actually support what I found in the other research and what I hear from survivors. They did a national survey of 2,709 clinical psychologists, members of the APA, and in this study, 70% denied and 30% acknowledged seeing at least one case of ritualistic or religion-related abuse. Okay, that's a lot of people. And why aren't 100% of them seeing that? You see, my argument would be they don't know how. They don't know what to look for. And when they take this really skeptical, aloof, paternalistic attitude toward the client, is the client going to tell them any of this? So, anyway, but they did get 30%.
How many of those people are actually hired to do false science like they do a lot from this kind
I'm
of?
sorry?
I mean, some of them could have been easily hired to make this fake research and to say, no, we almost never hear about, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, yeah, I presume that their research was accurate because it could be replicated.
There's so much political pressure.
But they're interpreting it in a way that doesn't have to be interpreted. They could say 30% of people know that this is real, rather than saying that 30% are mistakenly these people. So one of the criticisms I had is they had large samples was good, well-designed research, multidisciplinary clinicians, that was good. The weakness was bias evident in failure to cite authors with alternate data or perspectives, interpreting their outcomes critically acquiring credibility when they could be interpreted as supportive. And here's one of the quotes from one of their publications. Most clients who allege ritual abuse are diagnosed as having multiple personality disorder. Yes. Okay. But or post-traumatic stress disorder, 2 increasingly popular but controversial psychological diagnoses. These are not controversial. They've been in the DSM, they're still in the DSM, they're in the International Classification of Diseases. this is one of the main facts in mental health care.
I was just thinking another area in my head that there would be a lot of clinicians who would avoid these patients and
Right, yeah.
what they
Yeah.
want to work with.
Absolutely. So,
That could also help.
yeah. So another common diagnosis is borderline personality disorder, with some of the disorders, not all, but with some. And many therapists don't want to treat someone who has that kind of behavior or that diagnosis or has any kind of risk of self-harm. So many people can slough off these clients, which I think this is morally wrong. We have a duty to all people. It's an issue of social justice. Should we say, I don't want to see clients with a certain color of skin? Should we say, I don't want to see clients with a certain spelling to their name? That would be wrong. Why should we say, I don't want to see people who have these experiences? If I don't have the skills, I will get as much of the skills as I need to at least get them routed productively. We can't ignore this. So, but the fact that the authors thought that DID and PTSD were controversial shows their bias. Can you see that? That is really biased. Okay. But basically they found that, I think something like 94% of those who had seen people alleging ritual abuse believe the stories. So can you see where that could be supported? Another thing that they found when they studied children, they did 5 studies. One of the studies was about children. And they wanted to find out, do children know about theology and Satanism? So when I first heard these stories, I would have scored on an exam failure because I didn't know much about any of this stuff. And I had a doctorate. So what about a kid who is 6 years old? Do they know all these demon names? Do they know all the other legends and maybe Bible stories, whatever, about them? No. So kids don't know this stuff. So when you hear a child talking about these rituals, which they also don't know about normally, or these demonic beliefs, it's not normal. So what these researchers chose to do is blame the therapist, saying that the therapist and the parents are putting these ideas in the children's heads. Now I know this is not true because I've been involved in a number of cases. And the parent comes to me saying, my kid is saying this. What does it mean? I've never heard of this stuff. I don't know what he's talking about. There was no evidence that the parent or the therapist had said anything to the child. In fact, when I try to talk to the child is very secretive. But let me take you back to trivia for a moment. So I had a youngster brought to me when I was in Texas. And the youngster, his grandfather had actually been convicted of sexually abusing him. So he had been convicted, the grandfather had committed, so he wasn't denying it. And the reason the child was brought to me is the child was in therapy, but he couldn't remember what happened. So the child said, I've been told that my grandfather abused me. I believe that, but I know he's in prison, but I don't remember it happening. So what the therapist wanted was simply for the child to be able to tell the story. And the child couldn't tell the story. So I asked the child, is it okay if I shake your hand? And he said yes. And then I said, if I shake your hand and you want to tell the story, is that okay? He said, okay. So I had your permission, I had the parents' permission, they were there too. And I said, if you do remember the story, don't tell me. First think about the story yourself. So I didn't want him to think I tricked him. So think about it first. I don't want you to tell me. Just think, is the story in your head? Okay. Okay, now decide if you freely want to tell me. No, I'm not going to trigger you and make you tell me. But with your permission, I'll trigger you and maybe you will remember. And so I shook his hand with 2 fingers. It's one of the, secret handshakes. He shook. He said, I remember. I said, well, don't tell me. First, decide if you want to tell me freely. He said, I do. He told his story. So,
How old was he?
do you remember how old he was? 11 or so. So he was a preteen. So now, what does this mean? I don't know that his story was true, but I know that he could tell the story in therapy. I know he could tell the story to his parents. If anyone wanted to check out if it's really, totally, absolutely true or not, they could check back maybe with statements made by the grandfather and see if they match up. Sometimes when I've worked with families, I found that someone accused of the perpetration is amnestic of some of the perpetration. Are you with me? So I worked with one family, and the father, the husband, the mother, he knew he had abused the children, and he admitted it, and he got a reduced sentence. But he said, I don't know why the kids are saying I did other things, because that didn't happen. So there was no advantage for him to tell you that. He was already been convicted. But he couldn't remember everything. Anyway, so children don't know about these ritual things. So one thing I would encourage you to do is be very careful if you're commissioned. If I do this now, I videotape the whole thing. So that I don't have the videotape on when the child walks in the room. So I haven't talked to the child yet, so I'll say that for the benefit of the videotape. And so everything can be seen. So if you have to go to court, there it is.
Did you ever have a situation where the perpetrator remembered something that the victim knows didn't happen or asserts did not happen?
Yeah, so I worked with another family, and there was an adolescent boy, and the mother thought that he had been abused in rituals, but she did not remember. So I don't know how she knew that, or knew she thought she believed that. And I tried to evaluate this youngster, and I used all my bag of tricks that I could, and I couldn't find anything. So I just said to her, maybe he was abused, maybe he wasn't. I can't get anything that, for me, it's clear that he was. But I'm sure I miss a lot of stuff. This is a secret thing. So she said, if there's pressure on his, what bone is this? Where the clavicle, she said, if the hand is placed here, you'll see. So I asked the boy's permission, would I have permission, and he was fully dressed, of course, would I have permission to touch right here? I said, yeah, do you say anything about that? Bob, it is a very awkward thing for a therapist to do, but in hypnotherapy, sometimes therapists will use a touch. So some touch is sometimes done. Also in neuropsychological evaluations. I wasn't doing the neuropsychological evaluation. But I touched there, and he was dissociated. So I found out that he was trigger responsive. So again, this is my theory is a lot of us miss stuff because we don't know how to open the door and show you what's there. And I'm trying to learn more, but I obviously don't know everything. Anyway, but the Goodman et al. Studies, 5 studies, could be interpreted as very supportive of at least the credibility. So those people who have, those therapists who have seen people telling these stories, 94% of them believe the stories. That shows a high level of credibility. It doesn't say whether the story's true or not, but the therapists believe the stories. So I'm looking for what is the standard of practice? The standard of practice, or community standard, is what does a reasonable therapist do, right? What does a reasonable therapist, does a reasonable therapist say, this is false memories? Or does a reasonable therapist say, tell me more about your story, and then try to get more information and try whatever ways to test the hypothesis? Well, I'm finding that most of the research shows that a lot of therapists believe the story. So I'm going to kind of go through that. The next study is Andrews et al. It's a British study, and they collected data from 810 British Psychological Society practitioners who have seen sexually abused clients. So this is another qualifier. You're asking therapists who've actually seen people where the story of sexual abuse has been told. So some of us are like professors and we teach statistics. We don't ever hear these stories. That's probably not relevant. What is my opinion? It's irrelevant. I don't hear these stories. But in this case, they found that belief in the essential accuracy of reports of SRA, in response to that question, 3% reported never. So this false memory position, these are never true, was an outlier. You follow me? Okay. 54% said sometimes, 38% said usually, and 5% said always. So what we see in this study is a little different. They're not asking, do you believe or not believe, but to what degree or to what percent would you believe, and that's what the response is. So this tells me we shouldn't believe all the stories, but we shouldn't disbelieve all the stories. What is the ethical thing to do for a mental health practitioner? To be supportive emotionally, to not lead the client one way or the other, but be supportive, and to gather as much information carefully as you can, so that at some point you may be able to make a determination. The false memory theory does not encourage that. They just encourage you to throw it out the window. It's, ignore it. To me, that's wrong. That's more than wrong. Okay, so Andrews, again, this is a British study with the British Psychological Society. Most people, they want to have sort of an in-between position. Another study out of Australia was Schluter, Meyer, and Dino. They surveyed 74 segregated sexual assault council workers, 48 psychologists, 27 psychiatrists in the state of Victoria, Australia. 85% endorse the belief that ritual abuse is an indication of genuine trauma. Again, we've seen often, if you just ask it, do you believe or not believe, it turns out to be a high number. Norcross, Kuchar, and Garofalo, this is the only study that had a negative outcome. But it was a weird study. They asked some psychologists who were prominent to give their opinions about, the specific question is that they asked was about psychological treatment for satanic abuse. And to what extent is that acceptable or not? And they entitled this article, Discredited Psychological Treatments and Tests. But they also, they had other therapeutic methods that a lot of people find helpful: Sand-Tray therapy, dream analysis. So it's likely there was a lot of bias, that these were like really super scientific people that would show away a lot of different phenomena. And so on a Likert scale, there was 1 not at all discredited, 2 unlikely discredited, 3 possibly discredited, 4 probably discredited, 5 certainly discredited, The SRA question was rated as 3.98. So that would be sort of in the probably discredited ballpark. But the study is, I can show that the study is also biased. They use an Adelphi method, which means that they try to persuade each other what the real truth is, and then they take a revote. So that's actually creating false memories that when you persuade other people to believe something different than what they, you know. So and none of these people were necessarily clinicians. So I looked at the study. They cited no research on ritual abuse whatsoever, not one. The only thing they cited that was even relevant was an article by one of the big FMS guys. He's on the East Coast, I think in Alabama or Georgia. Anyway.
They were all hired.
I'm sorry?
They were all hired.
They were all hired? Okay.
Considering their past, you said they were fully mental health, like all of them, they were really office, physical.
Well, he was a high-profile psychologist. It is aligned with the False Memory Syndrome Foundation. And he wrote an article that sometimes is cited talking about psychotherapies that are harmful. And one of the things he talked about was treatment for DID being harmful. There's actually no evidence that treatment for DID is harmful. The weight of evidence is that treatment for DID is very helpful. So it's a weird thing. Lilienfeld. His name is Lilienfeld. So that was the only person they cited that was even relevant to the study was the false memory syndrome guy. So they were biased. See, I cite all the people. I cite the false memory people here too. I just don't say very many nice things about it. So I am biased too.
So it looks like a study like that's almost put out there to try and derail the.
Right, but I'm doing a comprehensive literature analysis, so I'm not throwing out anything. This is not a selective study.
Gotcha.
So selective studies can be biased easily because people only look for what they want to hear. I look for every empirical study of the credibility of survivor stories. This was the only one that got that kind of rating, but it's also not clear that any of these people were clinicians or that they knew anything about dissociation. Or because the only citation they had was a really odd critical one by Dr. Lilly. One that all the people in the ISS and DD have argued with in the literature, saying that his views are bogus. There's no data that supports his views. See, I'm showing you data. That's the difference. I'm also throwing in my opinion. Sorry, but Now, this is one of the best studies. Do you all know Torsten Becker in Germany? Okay, Torsten Becker and Carol Rutz. And Wanda Character. And by the way, the box of books we brought are books written by Wanda. They're novels, but they're still well written and worth reading. So anyway, this particular group, they did the, are you all familiar with the Extreme Abuse Survey? Okay, the Extreme Abuse Survey is the best available research to tell you what works and doesn't work with these survivors. The reason is they're the only ones who ask survivors that question. So I've been citing other studies that talk about what therapists think, but they actually ask survivors what helps you in therapy. So hopefully we'll have a chance to get to that. Anyway, I believe that the authors of this research, they have a website, so if you want to go on the website, you can see their data, you can see how they did what they did. I think they're planning on publishing a book. It's supposed to come out soon on their outcomes. So, but I'm going to give you a preview. I got permission to sort of show this from them. Anyway, they have also a helping professionals part of the survey. So this is another reason this is critical. Helping professionals also say they were ritually abused. So how can you say that a helping professional with a license and a job in this area who says they've had this experience themselves is not credible? How can you say that? That's absurd. Anyway, so they surveyed, we found that 86% of the helping professionals who work with at least one extreme abuse survivor report having in their caseload at least one survivor of SRA. 61% saw clients who reported ritual use by clergy, 85% said the majority of adult ritual use mind control survivors were diagnosed with DID. So again, we're seeing this similar outcome that is what we all know to be true because we work in this area, work with survivors in this area. Regarding belief in their client stories, 3% of the helpers do not believe any of their clients who report this. So again, it's an outlier. The rest reported belief in varying degrees, concordant with the findings of Andrews et al., and also hospitals. So I've got first, I'm sorry, his name is Urs. His name is important because he is one of the leading psychologists in the CBT movement, especially exposure therapy. So cognitive behavior therapy. Keep in mind that Beck, Tim Beck, was or is on the advisory board for the False Memory Syndrome Foundation. So Beck, the founder of cognitive therapy, I don't know if he's still alive, he's very old now. I haven't heard that he died, but
No.
he was or is still on that advisory board. Anyway, 3% do not believe any of their clients who report this. The rest, varying degrees. Okay. Now, here we have the Urs study, and it's pronounced Urs because it's got two dots over the L. Urs, Wright, Easton, Hope, and French. 2013, a very recent study, collected responses to an online survey of 183 chartered clinical psychologists. So in other words, in Great Britain, that's like a licensed psychologist, and 119 hypnotherapists. Among the chartered clinical psychologists, 37.9 indicated they've seen one or more cases of satanic or ritualistic abuse. So it looks like the number may be increasing. Maybe more people are observing this. The researchers found that 24.5% of the hypnotherapists had seen one or more cases. Who do you suppose is more skeptical? The hypnotherapists. Again, because their method is to try to control another person's thinking, whereas most psychotherapists, they just want...
That's not your role, not if you're a role.
Well, an ethical one would not do that.
It's just letting your life go and trust you, actually can access your subconscious.
But some people do use a directive approach. Ericksonian approach would be non-directive.
Well, any profession can be misused, so.
Sure. So among the chartered psychologists, 1.6 respond to never. So again, most of them are not going to never. 11.5 rarely, 27.3 sometimes, 29.5 usually, and 2.7% always. So we're seeing again a varying degree of belief in the kind of story. In spite of their bias, and the Urs group, they are a false memory supporting group. The authors produced data that were more consistent with the other studies. So you can see that we can actually study this scientifically. We can look at data, not just people's opinions, that is an individual's opinion. If you look at data, and the data shows that lots of clinicians do find this worthy of keeping an open mind about and considering the possibility that it might be true. And we don't see very many psychologists saying they're all true, which would be also the sort of false memory syndrome says we either believe it in a mindless way and it's all bogus anyway, according to them. We don't have a whole lot of time to go into the history of RAMC, but I would propose to you that it has a very old history. And this is why I'm not focusing on satanic ritual abuse myself, because I think that people were doing this before an idea of Satan was, that people had that idea, or that belief. In shamanistic cultures, many shamans are trained, and I'm not putting down shamanism, I have great respect for shamanism, but some of the experts on shamanism say that to be a shaman, to train this one, you must go through ordeals. And one ordeal that we all, I guess, have seen on TV at least, is the sun-gazing dance or sun dance of the North American Plains Indians, where the brave who volunteers for the ceremonies is basically lifted up with spikes in his chest, and he has visions. So this is done voluntarily, it's not abuse. And it's done to have an encounter with what he believes is God. No one is forced to do this. That's the sun-gazing dance. But when it is done, the person who does it has visions, and they see things, and they dissociate. And this has been written about by people who've done the ritual. And that ritual has an old history. I propose that there are lots of rituals that have, in various belief systems, various cultures, that involve pain. And this has gone back a long time.
That's actually very rare. We're describing mostly shamanism is based on the use of sacred plants.
Right.
Sacred
That's
plants.
a very unusual, still used ritual. So mostly shamanism now is more benign.
Not just now, but it's been like this forever. This culture completely misrepresents this whole attack on shamanism by the Catholic Church. A lot of it, that's where it all begins, because they were a huge threat, because you could see the truth on these psychedelics. So these plants were all made illegal.
Yeah, and I've had clients who used shamans and curandeiras, and that's fine. We all just need to keep our eyes open, because if the healer is of two spirits, and they don't know the other one, sometimes things happen that are not always ideal.
What do you mean by two spirits?
Well, in Indian culture, sometimes the expression of two spirits is used in Native American culture to describe, in particular, men who are transgender. They're called of two spirits in the Indian culture. But it's commonly also known, even in say, Northwestern European culture, that there's a high rate of dissociation among, the experience of multiple selves is very common. So we need to be aware there may be vulnerabilities there.
You mean due to the abuse by the white people?
I think all of us are capable of abuse. I don't cast
I'm
judgment.
saying, like, when I talk about Indians, oh, they're just always drinking, or this and that. There's so many lies about the Indians, and they're so, honestly, light years ahead of us in terms of psychology and healing.
Yeah, so we all want to support Indian culture and the dignity of Indian people. I'm part Indian myself, and but we also hopefully can talk about abuse existing ritually in virtually all cultures. In 2013, I went to Israel. I was invited by some of the rabbis there because of a case of over 100 ritually abused children in an ultra-Orthodox neighborhood in Jerusalem. So, and Catholic priests, we've heard that story. I mean, go down the list. I'm sad to say, I'm sorry to say, it seems to be everywhere.
That's good.
I just wanted to add an additional comment. I'm also a Native American person. I'm a member of the Chickamauga Nation, our band. And my psychologist at Tribal Health from 2010 to 2015 was also a Chumash medicine man. So he could use diverse healing techniques. In my treatment in the office, we only used what would be traditional, Western education, psychological tools, but he taught me principles for living. And he did warn me to be careful because he said that he has heard from other survivors and that there is abuse in the Native American community.
I never said there was no abuse.
Yeah, of course. So he did say to be careful.
I never
And
said that.
no, thank you. I just wanted to add that note to validate you.
And also people call themselves medicine men who really aren't.
Right, but I don't think that we should idealize our own culture.
I'm not idealizing, I'm just against demonizing it and being really.
It's good to be aware of
We're
that.
really in the dark
also.
about the Indian culture, we're in so much darkness, crazy, I mean, they really don't know it, you know what I mean?
So,
Let Randy finish his talk to
So-
me in 15 minutes.
so is it okay to stop at 12 minutes? Okay, so let me just go through, so what is the best practices, and what I'd like to propose is that evidence-based practice is actually a good thing. I know a lot of therapists would gasp when they hear the expression evidence-based practice, and that's because, I'm one to, I didn't know really what evidence-based practice was, so let me give the definition that the APA, the American Psychological Association, uses. It's the integration of the best available research, not just based on research only, but integration with clinical expertise. So when working with RA survivors, you need to have expertise first of all. And whatever you use has to match with your integrity, yourself as a person. You can't do something that you really don't believe is right for that person. And the patient characteristics, please patient, client characteristics, culture, and preferences. So the focus really is on the client. Notice there are 3 criteria. So this means we have to adapt what we do to clients. If clients come in talking about ritual abuse, we must adapt to them. What is the best available evidence? And I've already said the extreme abuse survey is the best available evidence about treatment of REOC. This is what the EAS found. These were the top 5 healing methods indicated by survivors, some of whom were therapists too. Individual psychotherapy, 75% found it to be a successful healing method. Supportive friends, another significant thing, and I hear this so often. You need a support system. So when you're doing therapy with your clients, keep that in mind. That's really important, the support system. Creative writing. I guess most of us know that already probably, but that's what they found in their study. Personal prayer and meditation. So we should always be open to inviting the client's religion and spirituality into the room, is what I would encourage. Including if their spirituality is shamanistic. Invite that into the room. Or do they want to go to church? Like this is a church. Do they want to go to church? What is the problem for many survivors? Well, many that I've worked with, they have problems going to church. They say, I want to go to church, but I hear screaming in my head. So we need to help them get past that. And journaling. So here are the top 5 healing methods. So I would encourage therapists to, I'm guessing all of you probably do this stuff anyway, but now you know that you're doing evidence-based practice. Seriously, this is evidence-based. This is the only evidence about what works with this population. Methods of prevention, education, confrontation of disinformation is important. We need to, I think, create a an environment where you feel nurturing and support from one another to one another. For those of us who are therapists, it's a very lonely, scary place to be, and I know that survivors feel it's lonely and scary too. So, we're all done.
I have a question, going back, when you shook the board and said two-finger handshake. I work with survivors, and do you think that he didn't remember the story until you gave him permission, or do you think that he always did remember the story, he just didn't want to tell it? What do
I
you think?
asked him a lot about that, because I wanted to be clear what was happening. He said he didn't remember it when I changed the question a little bit, he said, I would tell it if I knew it, but I don't know it.
Right.
And so I asked a different question, because I didn't want him to feel threatened, like the interrogation. I asked the parents, what do you think? And he doesn't remember. The therapist said he doesn't remember. He just blanked. So what I did, I was saying, well, I think I may have used some words too. You are one of us.
Uh-huh.
And then I said, I am not one of you. So I wanted him to know that was a trigger message. I think it just unlocks the door. They use trauma, I believe, to lock your whole sense of identity and many of your memories. And the survivors can help us learn how to unlock, and they can unlock a lot of themselves. So often, if the triggers are supposed to be secret. The other thing I want to show the survivors, this really is secret. People know about this. It's okay. Other people tell the stories. So,
From an IFS perspective, it could be seen as you were speaking, the protector part, negotiating with the protector part in order to unlock that.
yeah. When working with these clients, I find that if you show a badge, you get in. When you don't show a badge, you don't get in. But I want to make it clear that I'm not tricking the person. I'm not of this world. I'm just going to how you show a badge.
I just wanted to, I'm also a council member, and I just wanted a clarification in regards to the labor condition, the medicine man or the individuals within tribes who might be heads of ceremony, we're not always going to that's certain parts. So I just wanted to,
I was using it in a broader sense, that shamanism is sometimes used broadly for religions that have these characteristics. And Native American, First people, First tribe people, First Nations people sometimes have some of these characteristics.
yeah, and then, you know, just, I'm glad that you brought it to talking about that this can happen in many groups, because I just, get involved in, care committees and been an expert witness in regard to Native American issues. And seeing sometimes is that tradition and ceremony can kind of be demonized. I've been sitting at my desk, overhearing a conversation where, a social worker was working with an attorney who wanted to make a legal issue of a child being brought with their grandparents into a ceremony, swatage, and because the child came out hungry and overheated, tired, and a lot of times there was a misunderstanding of culture and ceremony and things that do not not
Yeah, we should not demonize anyone.
yeah, and for lack of better words, my church started, started using that word. But just that sometimes there is misunderstanding of culture, and
Thank you for
You know, I've heard of that applying to unions, for example, as well. And, we need to support a person's search for spirituality in their own way, obviously. So,
Well, it's lunchtime, and then we have pizza and coffee and water and whatever else everybody would like. Do whatever we think. Very few heroes in this world. These two people are heroes. And help yourself, there are plates over there. I don't have any. So this afternoon's part of the program is survivors reaching out about what their actual situation was. This is the authentic voice of a ritual abuse survivor. Randy Dobbs spoke about, from a therapist standpoint, he wasn't there, we were. So we welcome you to listen, and it may be triggering to survivors in the audience. So again, protect yourself, that's the most important thing. In his book, Elie Wiesel, his book called Night, about the Holocaust, Elie Wiesel described a man named Moshe who escaped a Nazi massacre. He believed he was saved in order to warn other people. So he told his neighbors about being taken to Poland. And Wiesel wrote, quote, "There they were made to dig huge graves. And when they had finished their work, the Gestapo began theirs. Without passion, without haste, they slaughtered their prisoners." End quote. But Moshe's neighbors refused to believe him and called him crazy. That's an experience we've all had. So we've reversed our speakers. We're going to have a speaker on Skype first for a half hour, or she's going to be on the phone with her presentation. But we're having some technical difficulties, so Keely has graciously said that she would start first. This is Keely, who is, I don't know my words.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. If there's anyone who can't hear me, please raise your hand and get my attention and ask me to speak up. I'm usually pretty good. My name is Keely Segura Duran. I'm 46 years old. I was born and grew up in the Sacramento area, and I still live there. I earned a bachelor's degree in art history from Sac State in 2014. Date on the diploma is on the degree is 2016 because I had to finish it incomplete. I have one son from my former marriage. My son's name is Seth. He's now 20. Okay, this photo. Let me get the slides going here. Okay, you. Today, the slideshow. Okay, this photo is of me. I'm on your left. And my younger sister, Brianna Lee Pruitt. We call her Brie for short. She passed away in September 2015. Today I'll be sharing my survivor story, which is linked to my late sister's story, and my son's. And since the three of us were and are actively in recovery from the abuses we endured in the past, and the ongoing effects of the traumas that we endured on our lives. The three of us are thus far the only members of our immediate family who acknowledge and remember ritual abuse events. So, I'm going to establish a few things. I often use the term ritual abuse inclusively to include what people call mind control and child sexual abuse. So it just saves me some words there, and there's reasoning for that in doctrinal list, which I learned about at this very conference in 2010 when I first attended as a parent of a child who'd been molested. I'll explain more about that. My presentation may be triggering for some people, so by all means, as other people who've been in front of me, please get appropriate emotional support. Please practice self-care and self-compassion.
And it's okay to leave the room during this presentation for any reason. I hope to leave a few minutes at the end of my talking to allow for a question and answer session. So please save your questions for this period if the schedule allows. Connie, what time frame do I need to aim for right now?
About an hour.
An hour?
You got it.
Wonderful. Because I'm a long talker. This is not something that I usually talk about with people. So I have a lot to say, and since it's not something that I share very often or that I share widely, to a degree that I do in very general terms, mostly I educate the public, I feel like, about ritual abuse, the fact that it exists and it's real. So, my purpose here today, I have a slide for that, to speak my truth in the hopes that it may strengthen others in their determination to persevere in their own healing journey and to create a more joyful existence. I'd like to contribute to humanity's understanding of trauma, dissociation, and recovery or healing. I'd like to help educate the public in order to better prevent these crimes from being perpetrated in the future, and to support families and individuals, including researchers, in creating solutions for best practice responses to occurrences of traumatic abuse. So, sometimes it helps me to get focused. I'm mostly reading from the slides, but I also have some notes here that I need to look down at, because I didn't have time to rehearse, which is great. I have an hour, because some things are going to be kind of a little bit, I'm going to circle around and get into more detail at different times when it's aligned with these things. And if you have burning questions about something I've just said that's relevant now, by all means raise your hand. For the most part, I will call on you and ask what your question is. Okay. So I'm going to share with you today what I'm going to discuss, and then so much of what I'm not going to discuss, which is the majority of things. So this is a basic introduction. I'm going to talk about myself, and when I refer to myself, I'm referring to myself in all of my self-states. So I don't see consciousness as a black and white thing, but that's a theory that I'm not going to get into right now. And it hasn't ever been like a, cut and dried, this is this, it has this name and this name. It's just kind of a creative hodgepodge of coping mechanisms. So I'm going to talk about myself, and when I say myself, I'm not referring to one part of my life or part of my, recovery or whatever. It's all in there. It's all inclusive. My qualifications are solely as a survivor of ritual abuse. Although I have a bachelor's in art history, I'm not here as a psychologist. I'm not here as a therapist. I'm not here as a law enforcement professional or anybody like that. So I cannot authoritatively give you any information on those aspects of these phenomena. I'm going to talk about my late sister Brianna, who lived from 1983 till 2015. She was 32 years old when she died. I'm going to talk about my son Seth, who is now 20, with his permission. I'm going to talk about my family relationships and dynamics a little bit. That's kind of an interesting area that's important, I think. I'm going to talk about a timeline of my life and my healing journey, how I came into an awareness that I'm a ritual abuse survivor, and et cetera. I'm going to talk about my experiences of RA in general terms. I'm generally trying not to go into detail of individual events because that's just too much detail for what we have today, and also out of respect for survivors and therapists who may be survivors, and I don't think it's not my focus today. And I'm going to talk about the locations where abuse events occurred. I was inspired to change my topic to the title of this piece because, to my story, because of something that Connie said that she's going to present about relating, and I thought, geography Okay, the geography and the timeline, I think those are useful ways, approaches to look at this. What I'm not going to talk about, that I've already talked about a little bit, is my experience of consciousness, my self-awareness, my spirituality or religious beliefs in great depth. We hope I won't talk about that. And I have little inside jokes. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I will try not to do those. My theories or philosophies about different things. I'm not educated about, in depth about psychology, but I've had enough exposure to it through the general culture, reading a lot of books. I worked in a library at Atlantic International University where I supported, in the Sacramento branch where I supported grad students of psychology finishing their master's and their doctorate theses and their classical coursework. So, there's a lot of discussion. I picked up a lot of books, but I may use these terms incorrectly. One example, for instance, is I used to say that my memories have been formally repressed, and I learned a few years ago that that's actually the idea that a memory is repressed is part of a theory based on some of Dr. Freud's work. And that this researcher, who happens to be Randy now, but used the term amnestic. And I said, well, why do you say amnestic? Amnestic meaning you have amnesia, you didn't remember it before. And that comes from a different background of scholarship and philosophy. So that's not my field. So I might use terms and throw them out there. I'm using them as a layperson, to be clear. Keep that in mind. Be merciful. So I'm not going to talk about the details of abuse experiences. I'm not going to talk about details of members of my extended family or the types of abuse they're recovering from. I have other family members who are recovering from other types of abuse and healing from that, but it's not directly relevant at this time to today's subject. I'm not going to talk about the names of persons that participated in abuse, meaning some perpetrators of abuse. I'm not going to talk about the names of the organizations that are or have been or may have been involved directly or indirectly, beyond a couple of place-specific things. I won't be discussing the names of my current healers, doctors, therapists, or massage therapists, but they are awesome. So appreciated. Not going to talk about advice. I'm not going to give advice on self-healing techniques, helpful healing modalities, what medications have helped me or not, etc. Although many of these things are great subject areas, they're just not what I'm discussing today. So, please note my email in this slide and take it down. If you would like to contact me privately, I invite that, I welcome that. I can discuss things with you one-on-one that I will not discuss in individually, publicly. So, Brianna, Seth, and I are the only members of our family in recovery from RA. Brianna, let's see, okay. We offer, our family, because when you look at us as a family, it's a unique perspective. I was born in 1972. A lot of my early abuse happened in the 70s, but also the 80s when I was a teenager. Brianna was born in 1983, 10 years after me. And so she had a totally different experience. Same types of abuse, different, mostly different events and mostly different, some very individual experiences. And some of the, it was a different decade, And my son Seth endured abuse from as early as he can remember, toddlerhood, to until he reported, probably a little bit before he reported, when I kept him away from the main abuser for other reasons, for red flag reasons, other warning signs that that person was not a healthy person or safe person to be around. So my son mainly was born in 1998, and so most of his experience, all of his experience was in the 2000s, or the late 90s. So Brianna and I recalled some of the same abuse events from our 10-year age difference perspectives, which is really weird. So Seth, Bree, and I mean, it's weird because it's scary. It's scary because it's real. We were very careful throughout our recovery to rarely share detailed information. This was because, actually something I didn't have time to put in my presentation, but please note, because of the lack of response from law enforcement, my sister sued our biological father in civil court. It was settled out of court. There was a gag order on it. Brianna was at her wit's end. I was at my wit's end with her, and with, I was trying to raise my kid, he was a teenager. But it's important to note that our strategy at one point as a family, she and me, and how are we going to protect Seth, how are we going to protect other members of our family, how are we going to move forward in our lives, a lot of that came from, we decided that it's good to leave a paper trail. And it's a difficult paper trail to read. I did not read my younger sister's police report that she made to the El Dorado County Sheriff until after she passed, and it was difficult for me to read. It was a long report, several pages, and it detailed abuses that were the same types of abuse that I had gone through regarding sexual abuse and incest 10 years before. And it's just a difficult reality to sit with, to confront, and to accept, but it is real. And I don't think anyone else in my family has ever read that report, which is telling. It's a painful subject even before she passed. Seth, Bree, and I each separately recall the same types of abuse by many of the same people. Significant differences also. Our experiences were individual. Okay. So a note about Brianna. Brianna would not want me to speak for her. She had a strong individual voice. She was an outspoken, amazing woman. Although she's passed on, I believe she would want her story and our family story of healing to be told. My son Seth is working, and tonight he's attending an event this evening, and so he cannot attend today. But I include information about him with his permission and support. However, ultimately, I speak only for myself, from my own experience, unless otherwise noted. Okay. Brianna is known to the survivor community. That's her. I took that picture of her. She's freaking adorable. Okay. Also, her birthday's yesterday. So I brought my tissues. If I start to cry, that's why, because I miss her. She was my best friend, and we were also collaborators creatively in art and music and projects. And she was like a second mother to my son, the auntie, and didn't have any children of her own, so she was, and his godmother. She just really meant a lot to us, and it's been very painful to lose her. So I'm still a little sore, and I just want to share my condolences, too, to any friends, survivors, or activists that may be learning of her passing for the first time. I think most everybody knows, but if anybody recognizes her name, or her story, she did a lot of work in the survivor community. She and I often attended and or presented at the same events, workshops, and conferences on trauma dissociation and survivorship with RA and things. Okay, so she was a musician. Her last album, Gypsy Bells, was released in 2013. And in 2014, it was nominated for a Native American Music Award. She's a fine artist who had paintings and shows and published in books, and she had a gallery, Gathering Tribes in Albany, in the Bay Area, California. It's a great gallery and store with a big indigenous focus, which is wonderful. She's a brilliant writer, brilliant photographer. She was studying to be a filmmaker at Academy of Art, University of San Francisco, the online program, but she also lived and worked part-time in Oakland and San Francisco. She brought tremendous love, joy, beauty, wisdom, experience, strength, and hope to many during her 32 years on the earth. I'm grateful for every moment of those 32 years. She took her own life late summer 2015. She drank illegally acquired veterinary sedatives after researching them online. The reason that I include that detail is because otherwise I kind of get a sense that people are questioning and perhaps visualizing more violent ways of going. She basically went to sleep and didn't wake up and didn't endure much, symptoms of suffering from that particular. I mean, she really did research. So, this is sad news to share. My personal response to her loss is to choose to be hopeful and to move forward in life, to continue my work as a survivor activist. I feel strongly that Bree would want this and support it. It strengthens my determination to live a long, healthy, and ultimately joyful life, even when it's not easy. Although my life has gotten so much easier, I wish she just had 5 and 10 more years. If she could have made it just a little bit longer, I think she really would have had some really joyful times ahead of her that she was not in touch with at that moment, that she, her weakest moment was that kind of perfect storm of things that kind of came together and overwhelmed her, led to that bad decision. This is my son, Seth Duran. I am so proud of him. So half of this is like a brag book. Forgive me. Indulgent. But he's a writer and a touring musician. He addresses ritual abuse and sexual abuse in his lyrics, poems, and stories. I have always encouraged him to just think about what he wanted to share with whom, and to be mindful of it, and to make conscious choices and decisions, and think about possible consequences first. Since he reported at 10 years old in 2008, initially sexual abuse and then ritual abuse, he has chosen to be vocal about it. He has been interviewed on camera for documentaries, and very courageous young man. I'm really proud of that guy. So he's a fellow survivor, an activist and educator. It's also hard to say that as a mother because there's a sense of failure that any parent would have, recognizing that you did your best to protect your kid from the known abusers in the family or abuser, and it wasn't enough. And you don't expect lightning to strike twice. But we figured some things out, we regrouped, and we're moving forward. In 2008, at 10 years old, in 5th grade, Seth reported that he was sexually abused. He reported it to me, and I called the Sacramento sheriff to ask a question about it, and the officer that I spoke with suggested that I allow an officer to speak directly with Seth before he had time to really process his memories, because his story might change over time, and they wanted to get those, initial things. So I encouraged my son to do the right thing for the right reason. He was like, "Mom, can you buy me a video game system? Because this is really hard. I deserve a reward." And I was like, as much as I want to be able to, indulge you, it would not be wise. And sometimes you have to do the right thing for the right reason, even when it's really hard. And the right reason I said, even if you tell the sheriff what happened, about the abuse, nothing might happen. I said, I can guarantee your safety the more you tell me. I will never take you around your abuser. You never have to be around that person or anyone who's hurt you again, ever. And I can protect you once you empower me by communicating. Kids often think their parents are omniscient. I felt that about my parents when I was a teenager even. I used to cut. I was a cutter, and I just thought, how could they not know? Well, we're not omniscient. But so he, very courageous. I said, the thing is that even if the person who hurt you doesn't go to jail, you will have a report on file, and if another child or adult comes forward that was abused by that same person, then your story adds to theirs and makes evidence. Because one person alone, they're like, well, where's the physical evidence, And, but 2 people, 3 people, more and more people, if this person has abused other people, it's gonna add to the truth in the world. So he stepped up to the plate, and when I had the officers come to our, we got a great deputy. I know there's corruption in the Sacramento Sheriff's Department. I've heard about it in Incest Survivors Anonymous meetings for years, and other survivors who were abused by people in that department. I have other just peers that have been abused by police and law enforcement locally in Sacramento. And I will tell you, we got a great guy. We got one of the good ones, and I'm really grateful for that. This deputy, his partner stayed with me. He asked if he could talk with Seth privately somewhere. They went in. Seth said, "How about my room?" They went in the room and shut the door, which of course totally triggered me. I was like, "There's a grown man along with my child." But when Seth came out of that conversation, after having reported and talked to this deputy, he looked really relieved. He had a smile on his face that looked relieved, like I had never, not seen him since he had started talking about this stuff. So I felt like I had made the right decision. So I know my child, I know he's telling the truth. I know when he makes stuff up, it's Power Rangers and these, even, I watched so-and-so up in jail or whatever, but it's not, it's not the same as the types of things that he was reporting, and his strong emotional factor, his fear. He was showing me, my hands were shaking, even thinking about writing it out. He couldn't tell me the words at first. So that's another presentation. I really would, I have a lot of wisdom that I'd like to share in general with the survivor community and the therapy community, the healing community. But some of those things are going to have to focus on this and how it's not on. So, who believed him? I did. His Aunt Brianna. His absentee dad phoned in and talked to him and expressed his belief and support. His maternal grandparents, aunt and uncle, expressed their belief and support. My family did not. Me and Bree and Seth withdrew from participation with our family of origin for about a year. Long story short. Later, I worked out a compromise of sorts with my mother, and things with my older sister and her husband and children were later also resolved. Some were resolved after Bree's death. It really changed everybody's perspective. It was a shock to us all. So I have this great blurb of research that I can't find where I wrote down the source to, where I got this information. I got it on the internet when I first found out he's molested, and I went to find resources online of what do I do? How do I handle this? How do I cope with this as a parent? How do I deal with this? How can I best support him, in recovering and, So as a direct result of being believed, PTSD symptoms are reduced by as much as 75%. So that is by a study by several people, and I forgot to put the other names. I wasn't sure how to cite it. So there is a citation at the end of this. There's some notes, and you can note the paper that isn't the exact citation, but it has similar evidences, and it's actually a more recent paper. It's 2014 than the one I had pulled up. So sorry about that. I'm not a scholar. All right. Okay, so that's me and my grandpa, my mom's dad, my maternal grandfather, when I was little and cute. So enjoy that, because now you gotta go with this. So I just want to say too, and I may have kind of initially said this, but this is one of the things I'm going to circle back around to, because it's because I don't have enough practice stating this simply or cleanly. Bree and I were brought to an awareness of the fact that we are RA survivors, ritual abuse survivors, after Seth reported the things he'd endured. I realized, after hearing what my son had to say, that I had thoughts in my mind and awarenesses, like memories that I didn't recognize were memories, that were not just, and I'm going to quote my main abuser, they were not, what he said was, the flotsam and jetsam of the unconscious mind. That's a phrase that was used by my main abuser as a post-hypnotic suggestion in order to confuse me about the abuse. So the flotsam and jetsam of the unconscious mind is what I've always chalked up that a whole range of my experience to. Just like weird random things. You know, that's probably my brain watching too much TV and trying to make sense of it. So it turns it into this weirdness that I never paid too much attention to. So what I had in my mind were memories. I told Brianna that Seth's abuser had taken photos during the abuse, which is something Seth later reported to me, and that I remembered similar experiences from my childhood. I remembered my inner child. I remembered that photos had sometimes been taken when I endured sexual abuse. I'd asked Brianna, I said, did you ever experience anything like that? She said, yes, she had, but she had never previously spoken of it. Now, okay, here's something I got off on a tangent. So Brianna had sued our biological father in civil court to create a paper trail. To build evidence for the truth and reality of what we've endured and what she'd been through. And so she found an attorney in Santa Cruz that would take her case pro bono. I remembered seeing her molested as a child. When she was a little baby, and she was in a crib in the same room, and my dad was doing stuff to her that I noticed, and my dad turned around with his other face on and said, go back to sleep. And I went back to sleep and forgot all about it until after I had my baby, which was really when a lot of memories started coming up for me, because I think my subconscious mind was trying to protect the kid from the people that hurt me. So that was a main element of what could be used in court against my father, was my witnessing, having witnessed the fact that she was sexually abused by him. So her attorney advised us, and advised us to not discuss details of the abuse. Because if we discussed it, we would begin to have a shared language. And we would it changes the way the information is presented if it's in a court of law or, some kind of official situation like that. So we took his advice, and so for the duration of, when this was going on, we didn't do a lot of discussion, which was kind of hard because we were each other's main support people, but so she had remembered that too, but had never spoken of it. Once we realized that this had occurred in the 70s, 80s, and 2000s, and for her also in the 90s, for Brianna, by two different perpetrators who interacted with other abusers, it dawned on us that we were dealing with some form of organized crime. This is really, really scary when you first realize it. It is really scary, and your paranoia is suddenly justified and healthy. And if you're not paranoid enough, there's something wrong with you. You start looking over your shoulder. I discovered that another person in my family had needed to report something difficult that was an organized crime issue once, and that person told me, you think somebody's following you, get your cell phone out and take a picture. Just these ways to cope with kind of what may be. I've not had anything blatant occur, thankfully. Either that or I'm just really dense. But I'm very careful, and I'm very mindful, and I believe that doing the work on myself and just staying grounded is the most important way to protect myself, and having healthy boundaries, which I have a really good therapist who helped me learn those life skills. So, in addition to the ritual abuse and the child pornography, I recall that a close family friend of my parents had used a cattle prod to shock me in 1978. I was 6 years old when our family visited him in Las Vegas. This person and his wife had been research therapists treating supposedly mentally ill children in a live-in reparenting situation at that time. This was all under it was part of a research thing with a major university, well-established. The person that is my perpetrator, this close family friend, uncle type guy, I prefer to call him my handler generally, that's kind of my default term, is that he, totally lost it, gonna go back to the written thing. Okay, so they were doing a reparenting situation. Oh, he's worked with other big names in the modern world of therapy and autism, especially. So I'm not going to go into details about that at this time. I can't find any of his research. I have education in library and information science, and I have a bachelor's degree, and I've done research in specialty libraries, and I've worked as a volunteer and as an intern in several different libraries, big and small. And I'm just a smart lady anyway, generally. But I can't find any of his published papers. I can hardly find anything. He supposedly recently completed his PhD or doctorate, and I can't even figure out what school he went to. And my family members who told me that much, they're like, ooh, so that's my family, big shrug. So whatever, not helpful. That's the family I get along with. They're great people, but they're kind of a different ilk at this point. So my close this uncle guy and his wife, my aunt, I was raised to love them as family, and their families, and I think my good friends. But one of the children in their care at that time in 1978 in Las Vegas reported to his or her parent that they had been shocked with a cattle prod. Law enforcement was notified, and a judge shut the project down as a result. I can't find anything on that, but I haven't been to that local, offices or whatever, clerk's office, and I'm not entirely, legal research is something that I'm not as strong in. So that this uncle, as I was raised to consider him, had been a Green Beret in the 1950s. When I shared these facts with an attorney for children's rights after I started coming to events like this, she mentioned that it sounded like MK Ultra, something I'd never heard of. But I quickly learned by researching online what MK Ultra was, and I'm not going to go into details because you can look it up too if you don't know. All right. I got 20 minutes left. So, I was born Keely Rand Pruitt in 1972. My grandpa was a doctor. He and his wife owned a horse ranch and had 7 kids in Orangevale, California. My mom was born in 47 in Southern California before they moved to Sacramento. My grandpa was doing his medical degree down there at, I think, USC. My dad was born in 1948 in Stockton. Both their families moved to Sacramento. They graduated from Sacramento area high school in the mid-60s, married in 67. Father retired as a project manager at an energy company a couple of years ago. My mother's near retirement. And she was a medical assistant for her father. And then after he passed away in 1975, she came to work at a major hospital in Sacramento and still does. Kind of an assistant position. So they both had some college and some vocational training. It was the 60s and 70s. They both experimented with pot and LSD. They had hobbies like photography, astronomy, my mom's horses, whitewater rafting, camping, hiking, rock climbing, gourmet cooking, and my mom was into sewing. And I would say that the outdoor activities of whitewater rafting is how they, quote unquote, met this uncle. And this man became an uncle to me. And I will say that they're the hero story. He was like the hero of this stuff to this day. My dad is more loyal to him than he is to me. But kind of understand that. It's helps soothe him. But it's still not. Anyway, I have an older sister who was born in 1968. She's 3.5 years older than me. She does not remember sexual abuse or ritual abuse or anything like that. And this is not a subject we discuss much because it makes her very uncomfortable and it makes her family and her husband okay, this uncle trainer handler did sexual and mind control abuses up until 1999-2000 on me. I believe that there has been no abuse since about 2006. Okay. 172, Ranch. Our family moved, our immediate family, I come from a large LDS family on my mom's side, and we moved about every 5 years and my dad's income increased. Latchkey kid. There's a knowledge family dysfunction, which is some mental abuse and some physical abuse by dad. My dad's been very accountable for those things. He's changed a lot after he left my mom, and I feel like he's become his better self, and I think of him as a fellow survivor, but I'm not always sure, so I really help you down. You see him a couple times a year. Okay. My son, okay, so I started self-harm when I was 10 years old in 5th grade, and truancy. Okay, drinking alcohol, nuns, and eventually smoking pot. Brianna was born in 1983 when I was 10. I was so proud of her. And in 1987, I began dating a 19-year-old friend of my big sister secretly. I had just turned 15 and experienced men art. In 88, 89, we started some family therapy. They recommended that I do individual therapy, so I did. I was diagnosed with severe depression with psychotic features and that it wasn't help. I was also self-medicating using alcohol and pot. I was also considered for diagnoses of MPD, multiple personality disorder, schizophrenia. That guy was really good. He was tuned in, but I couldn't check off all the boxes required for that diagnosis because I didn't honestly have enough self-awareness then because of the mind control stuff. It's just weird. Spring of 1990, I had a miscarriage. It was about 10 weeks. It was unreported. It occurred at home. I was sexually active with my peers in 1988 and somewhat when I was 16, and later remembered incest by father, including the first violent rape at 17 years old in 1989. 1990, I graduated from Sacramento area high school despite major truancy. They almost couldn't legally graduate me. I had a big conference with my mom. I attempted to go to work at Burger King and attend junior college, and I had my first suicide attempt halfway through that semester, and I had to quit my job, and it was a severe cutting incident, but they said they had to classify it as a suicide attempt because it came so close to the mark of actually being suicide. So at 18 years old, I remember I had my first memory of sexual abuse. The perpetrator's face was blacked out. I had to leave my home in 1991 early at 18 years old for my own safety. My father assaulted me and tried to choke me in front of our house. I'm learning of my adult intimacy with my boyfriend and stayed with him that weekend. So, 91 and 93, my boyfriend became my first long-term relationship. We lived together and had a common law marriage. 1992 was my second and last severe cutting incident treated at the ER. Individual therapy via substance abuse recovery program helped a lot. Counseling has been pretty solid in my life. I've been blessed to have really good counselors. There have been a few that I've just gone, I'm not going to work with that person, give me somebody else. And I'm glad that I have that self-awareness. I think my mother's empowered me that way. In 1992, my older sister got married, and she and her husband had 2 daughters that are now young adults, slightly older than my son. They're awesome, empowered young women. I got married, I got together with and later married my son's father in 1994. It was during my pregnancy, when I'd been off medication for a while, that I became initially co-conscious with the memories of the incest being from my father. I had known it was sexual abuse. I hadn't come to accept that it was my father. It was a big whodunit in the family, well, you know. And he firmly denies all that. He says he doesn't remember that, those are bad dreams, those are nightmares, he would never do that to me. If he did, he'd be a monster. And I'm like, look, you'd just be a human with some major issues, but we can work it out. But that's not his view. My parents divorced in about 1990. My dad married a younger woman and had a son that's a little younger than my son. In 1999, my mother married her current husband, that she's still with, who was my son's main perpetrator and who also drugged and raped me on at least one occasion, which I recently reported to the Sacramento County Sheriff, and a good detective was assigned to it, and it was past the, what's it called?
Statute of limitations.
Thank you, the statute of limitations. You guys are awesome. So, it sounds like you've heard this story before, me. Yeah, okay. So, my son was born in 1998. I raised him mostly by myself, especially after he was 5. We had a lot of support from extended family. We were on public assistance. Yeah, okay. Went through a divorce when he was 3 months old. That year, moved out when he was 3 months old of my husband's apartment. Okay, so in the first half of 1998, I met with a counselor and was diagnosed with PTSD. Let's see. I was estranged after my son was born. I was concerned that I might go into labor prematurely. And so I discussed it with my obstetrician and decided to take space from my dad and cease contact for a while. So I had a custody battle, the divorce was finalized, I had a nervous breakdown in 1999. I later recall having been accessed by my handler to punish me for speaking out about sexual abuse through my arts activism. Okay. Brianna was a teenager at that time. I supported her at the time. I lived in Midtown, Sacramento, and she was always welcome at my home, a safe place. I'd go pick her up from, the burbs where she lived, the suburbs, give her rides where she needed to go, and food, and give her emotional support. And 2000, I was forced by the mental breakdown of the custody battle and subsequent eviction to move back in with my mother and her new husband, my new stepfather. I was age 28. I was accessed by my stepfather, an LDS high priest. LDS means Mormon, for those of you who don't know. It's a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which I was raised in, baptized in as a kid, and returned to in 2000. My son was accessed and used also. He had no memory of it.
What is access?
I'm sorry, what?
What does access mean?
Access basically means using cues, physical cues, secret handshakes, that Randy mentioned, or phrases to bring out a particular alter of a person who has been conditioned. So it's to get that Pavlov's dog response out of you, so that it's instinctive. Your body just does it, and you don't have a moment to slow it down and question that. So accessed means that, and it often involves drugging and hypnosis. In my case, as I mentioned, I was drugged by him, like some kind of Rohypnol or something. I think it was in a cup of tea. I mean, I don't think, I know it was, I just, so does that answer your question? Okay, thanks for asking, because that was the first time I've used that word. So that has to do with mind control programming. In February of 2000, my mom paid for a private psychiatrist who diagnosed me with PTSD, major depressive disorder, and anxiety. 2001, I moved into my own apartment with my son, and I'm pretty much still living in the same place 18 years later, and I've come to like it, even though it's in the suburbs. All right, I'm going to zoom through this. If anyone wants to email me for a copy of this PowerPoint as a PDF, I have it as a PDF, and I will send it to you. because I don't want to go over my time and I want to get to some of the places. Seth's case was closed due to no or lack of physical evidence. His child abuse case against his step-grandfather. Bree started having Seth play behind her musically, which is great. Okay, I need to skip a few things about my grandmothers, who both recently passed away after Brianna in the last couple of years. Were just amazing, amazing women, both of them. But I will say that my paternal grandmother was also a survivor of incest by her father. And she said, I did have a really frank phone conversation, long phone conversation with her once before her mind began to deteriorate when she was still living independently. And I did tell her, I said, my dad sexually abused me and Brianna. And she said, she said, that's a hard thing to hear about your own son. She says, I can't deny that because my own dad did that. She said, give him time. He'll come around. So her father asked for her forgiveness on his deathbed. She said she had forgiven him years ago to move on with her own life. She couldn't carry that much anger. Anger can become self-destructive if it's the only thing you focus on. That's what I found. It has its fixed. So, I'm going to grieve. Okay. September 2nd, 2015, Brianna was found by police in her home deceased, very clearly suicide. My handler and his family attended the funeral where I had to give a eulogy. That was a weird thing. They sat right behind us. And my dad there didn't even remember him being there. And I'm glad my mom took pictures with her phone. But it was a little weird. But the wife and the other kids in their family, which are my middle age, I just love them to pieces. And I don't hang out with them. That's really hard for me. That's one of the losses. Seth manages to graduate from high school in 2016. That was his senior year. He started a band after high school called Killer Couture. Yes, he wore a long, dark trench coat, and big Doc Marten boots, and loves punk rock and things like that. And he addresses social issues in his music. His band was nominated for a Sacramento Area Music Award, SAMI, last year, and there was a big controversy, and a lot of the musicians just gave a finger to that whole event because of the Sacramento News Review. So they didn't, I don't know if they handed out awards or what, but it wasn't. Okay. So, Seth's band releases in 2018 their first self-titled album, including songs about child abuse, ritual abuse, government, MC abuses, and school and public shooters, which is part of Seth's training in the ritual abuse, mind control, MK Ultra type abuse he endured from earliest memory as toddler to age 8. So he remembers receiving training during abuse events to be like a mall shooter. I have tried to tell people, counselors this and therapists, when these things occur, people just think I'm crazy. I'm like, look, you need to know this. The ritual abuse stuff is real. The human mind, we're really more suggestible than we want to believe. That can work to our advantage, but also to our disadvantage. I mean, some of the sociology research that's being done, that's being brought to my attention through my counseling and my therapy at Kaiser and the classes I've attended there, the group therapy classes, just show that we are really amazingly social creatures. And I think about schools of fish and think about flocks of birds and these things, and I don't think we're any different really. But I do think we are in that we have some pretty, twisted stuff going on. So very briefly, the geography. Where did the abuse happen? Okay, that's me on the left. I'm like maybe 12. That's my paternal grandmother. That's my big sister. we were on vacation in Oklahoma, where my grandmother was raised. She was raised in Nicosia, and there were 10 kids, 10 or 11, and she, I think was one of the youngest, or the youngest, and we went back to meet we do have some amazing family back there. So there's a few maps I'm going to show you, but before I get into the maps in the next 2 minutes, I'm going to talk about that I know some abuse occurred on bodies of water, like inland lakes and stuff. I don't know which bodies of water yet, if I ever will. And some occurred on small private or military islands, like tropical islands, which I believe were in the Bahamas, but there may have been others. Also, there's alien worlds, which are a good thing, and I very clearly have memories of me and my big sister, being rewarded gold star on your chart for wearing gray leotards and leading naked old people through a hall, and a bunch of us were wearing like gray leotards and tights, and then these old people were put in front of like a TV, and they were like injected with drugs, and they were like shown stuff on the TV, and I believe that it was part of and there's this whole alien component to a bunch of my recovery stuff. So I have, and my little sister had altered shock. I mean, she almost cut open her knuckle because she thought she didn't have any bones because she thought she was an alien when she was like 13. So there's weird stuff going on that at least the dissociated parts, before they're integrated, I know people who believe that they've been abducted by aliens, and I know they've endured trauma at least, and I owe them the respect of hearing what they have to say and their experiences, even though, I may or may not share my experiences with them because I don't want to interfere. I don't want to interfere with their healing. I don't want to invalidate their truth if they've made sense of things. And I'm not ruling out extraterrestrial life in a taking place. But that is not today's subject, and I did want to put that in there. It feels important to discuss that is an aspect of mind control. Family origins: Mormon pioneers converted to come over to Utah to follow the prophet after Joseph Smith was martyred, Brigham Young. So, Mormon pioneers. There's also European heritage on my father's side. And on my father's side, we also have Native American. We have at least 3 tribes that we've been able to document. Chickamauga, which is my home tribe that I have a membership card to. The Chickamauga Nation, the Arkansas Band, very proud of that. Reforming after 200 years of genocide and having to hide. So I haven't been back to Arkansas to meet my family there, my tribesmen, but I want to go. Brianna was able to go visit one of her musical tours. So we're also Choctaw, and recently discovered we're Powhatan, which is an Algonquin-speaking tribe with some famous members there. So I made this really early this morning. Okay, there it is. People came from Europe. They say on the cross, and there's a Native American. So our European Mormon pioneers came. They didn't come in through the New York thing. They came up through the Missouri River in Mississippi, that area, and then across, both through. There's Trail of Tears stuff that goes on. Because Chickamauga is a Cherokee band, and then there's Mormon settlers and there's European settlers, and then California is where I was going, which I'm grateful for. Place of abuse occurred. You can see the map. This was what I could remember as I put this together this week. I'm not going to discuss this stuff in detail right now because I'm out of time. Sacramento, military bases, Mount Shasta area for a lot of that alien programming stuff. A lot of national parks. We went camping all the time when I was a kid. I loved the outdoors, but I haven't done it as an adult, and I realize now that part of it's because I'm triggered. I'm trying to get back in shape. So I want to do some of these things in an empowered way. So Brianna and I believe we were abused at Bohemian Grove in Monterey, California, a little bit north of San Francisco, in the Napa Valley area. And we took a trip down there once, we knew we wouldn't be let in, but we went down there. Anyway, we filmed some of that and had to turn off the camera and got turned away. But just to check it out, just to validate our experience, really. Brianna had a lot more abuse that she remembered in businesses and private homes in the LA area, military bases, as did I. We both remember having been abused, not at the same time, not on the same trips at Disneyland, because we went sometimes without me, once I was older. Seth remembers being abused in a very large tent or some kind of temporary military structure in the desert in Nevada. And I do want to note, because I'm an artist, that this is not related to Black Rock or Burning Man people or that event. This is much different character. And I was abused in Las Vegas, Nevada. I do remember my older sister being abused with me at times, and in a lot of the events, she has no memory of sexual abuse or ritual abuse or anything like that. And if she doesn't have to go through what I've gone through, more power to her. That's not her purpose in life, you know? So I kind of leave that up to my higher power, move forward. But she's a great person, and she's a really good mom, and she's been an excellent auntie to Seth. Okay, Greater Sacramento area. Abuse has occurred all over the place. I, to this day, live pretty near the old Ronald Reagan governor's mansion off of Oak Avenue in Fair Oaks, or Carmichael. And it's a big, sprawling 80s home that's basically never been lived in for like very briefly at all. But it's been kept up by the state, and supposedly nobody has lived there. But I remember stuff being taken there, and as a kid, and meeting abusers there. So, you know, it's like I have specifics about where I was, but I don't always know what area it was in. I don't know exactly which house it is. Things like that. In Shingle Springs, we lived there for about 5 years during about my junior high years. And I do remember being called on the phone, given a code word or something by my Uncle Handler too. And that was a signal for me to prepare, and I got picked up. I had to walk down out of our driveway and out of the dead end off the dirt road where we lived, and then there was a paved area in a different neighborhood over there. And I was picked up by either him or another car or something like that, and I was abused in like some kind of a fancy, it wasn't quite a limo, but it was a really nice car where there was extra room in the back by a powerful man politically. So, Folsom Lake, Gillett Air Force Base. Thank you! This is Brianna's painting. Here's some notes. And we don't have time for Q&A, but I am so grateful for your time and your attention and your patience as I struggle to get my story to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Keely, that was fabulous. We're going to take just a couple minutes because Jamie's going to figure out how to do the next speaker who is speaking by phone with her PowerPoints. So it's going to be a little tricky technically, but we'll carry on. Okay. And Randy graciously he's going to do the PowerPoint that she's going to be speaking about. So let me stick it together. Okay, Deborah, you can start now.
Okay. And just let me know if you can't hear, because I really can't hear what anybody else is saying, okay?
They can hear you fine.
You can relay it, yes.
Okay, so I'll just start. I have 11 slides, and I want to go with some added parts to each of them. But I'm just focusing on the part of convinced him to abandon that approach was one of the chief abusers. It was when his son was being destroyed for treatment. So one of the things that, for his abuse, so one of the parts of this that really make a big difference is about individual spirituality. And I would imagine that some of the people in the group are members of Alcoholics Anonymous or other 12-step groups. And one of the things that I like about that is that some great social evaluators said when it comes time in the 21st century to evaluate the success of Alcoholics Anonymous, it will be that AA managed to pull away authority from churches and physicians about the character of spirituality and yank spirituality out of the jaws of religion. So if we go to the next slide, number 2, what is trauma? The movie, it is, it's always been known about trauma, but what we didn't know about trauma was that it affected memory. And so I just want to first give the real key point of trauma, because people say, oh yeah, I was traumatized. Oh yeah. I fell in the water one day and I'm traumatized. But people say that to me, trying to negate my experience or some other survivor. I asked them, okay, well, was there any hope for rescue? Clearly there was, because you're here. Was it life-threatening or made a big show? Did you think you were going to die? Clearly, was your personal authority overpowered? And in some way, issue reinforced in order to live, reinforced to violate your moral or ethical standards, which is a survivor myself. I know that, and I'll get to that when I get a few more slides. I know that people want to live, and especially children, and so they will, in many instances, do something so against their moral standards and ethical standards just to live. But this threat of it. And the most important part about what is trauma is that it disturbs memory. And that's where, I'm sure some of you know this, but I want to go through it. If we go to the next slide. The brain functioning in trauma, there's 2 parts of the brain. Well, there's many parts of the brain, but the 2 parts of the brain that affect memory most are in the limbic area. And the first one is the hippocampus. And I know that somebody who was forced to take Latin, I think that's an odd name because it literally means people of origin. But at least it means something in new and pain. And it's the cool part of the brain. In the normal course of events, a normal nerve. And so it remembers things in context. Remembers, for instance, one that, oh, I remember, it's like telling a story, like drifting in the river. Oh, I remember when we all went fishing one day, and Dad caught this trout, and Mom did this, and then my brother jumped a trio in the river, and da-da-da-da-da. And it flows in sequential events. But I think to begin with. And so, but you never will recapture it all. Whatever there is to believe about an iron power or anything else, certainly is going to work here in terms of determining what you will be given information on from your own brain. But so let's just go over the shatter. The next slide, traumatic event. The amygdala takes over and shatters the memory of the event. So there's the shattering. And then the next slide, it partitions it one from the other. So it's like, and then the next slide, it's like a neural net. It's like a puzzle. And I always like to use this analogy because I love puzzles. Big jigsaw puzzles out on the table. And you'll have all of these different pieces and you have no idea what it is. And you have to start with what you know and what looks like it belongs. And that's how memories come back to you. How they're triggered. But it's how they're triggered. And I'm going to talk about triggering in a minute. Because so many people, several of us in San Diego started a ritualistic abuse survivors group, and it ran very well for 7 years until I decided I didn't want to be mom anymore, and no one would step up to take it over. So it kind of fell apart. But we had some steps. Now there's, I think Connie had printed them out on a table somewhere. It's 10 steps to recovery for trauma. And one of the ones is one of the key ones that hope you take that home and maybe some of you even work at this. We have many people successfully come through our group, our survivor group, and really recover. But one of the things we absolutely had to do was manage triggers. And people project when something happens because we all have things that happen. And we don't quite know how to, associate them. But they make us uncomfortable. They make us terrified. They make us furious. And I know I want to tell you a little bit about my experience and how I first started to overcome some of the trigger trauma that I had. I'm 74 years old and almost 75, and my abuse took place between 1949 and 1953 in Terre Haute, Indiana. I had no idea until 50 years later out here in San Diego. And there were several things that happened that allowed memories in I think gave my consciousness the idea that it was safe to remember just a few of these. But I had always known I was attached to this, that I had a loathing of searching, a loathing of it, and a fear. And the other part, what that was began coming out. And I couldn't stand doing communion as part of Episcopalian. But I knew I got one little memory about that. And I knew, and it was just shattering to me, absolutely shattering. But I knew I had to go forward. I knew I had to make it through that. And I had some, and anyway, I started getting these memories of just flash, that they would just come like flash. They don't come like the river, and in the river, you just get a parts of Illinois. And I kept seeing, I couldn't figure out who they were, but they seemed to be revealed to me in a serial fashion. And then there was something I couldn't fathom. It was a man, a priest, and he just looked all white. He looked like a ghost. He was bald, he was fat, and all this, just white. And the others laughed at him because they used to all not disassociation. People say, oh, I said dissociative memory. Disassociation. No, you have a dissociative memory. It isn't disassociated, it's dissociated. The events that happen. So it's not a disorder, but a reordering of events. And if you all look back on your own history of healing, I think you'll see that that's more what it is. And so the shattering or the partitioning that creates a memory disturbance can either be intended or unintended, but it can result in the perception of multiple personality. Men are hardly ever given that diagnosis of multiple personality. Only women who don't have much credibility. Because I worked in the psychiatric arena, I'm not afraid of psychiatric patients. I'm not afraid of clients. I'm not afraid of survivors. I'm not afraid of what other people would call crazy people. But I am cautious around those who can become incredibly violent. But just because it's a locked unit doesn't mean that you're in danger if you go in there. Although you really you need to heed all of the advice and warning. Well, I was frequently going in and visiting some of my survivors who were in the group, and one of them kept attempting suicide. She was extremely obese, and so anytime she would try to commit suicide, there wasn't enough drugs to impact her, and she'd wind up unconscious and that thing. So she called me again one night and said, okay, I did it again. I've got to figure out what this is. And then, so she was supposed to get out the next day. And she said, well, they impounded my car. Can you come get me? And I said, sure. So she called the next day. She couldn't call. The facility called and said she won't be getting out for another 10 days. And I said, what happened? It was tell you that. Well, they didn't allow visitors because I was on her visit list. I went in to see her. I said, wait, what happened? And she said, oh, I got a new psychiatrist, and he was already afraid of me. And so he asked me about something, and I said, well, I did have recently, I had a vision. Well, he got all cancer. We did some research and found out later he was a fundamentalist. Visions and women are, really something to be afraid of. And so, Wendy's very psychic. And I said, Wendy, so what was it? A memory or a vision? You've been having a lot of memories that have traced back. You've been able to verify them. Which was it? She said, oh, to me they're all the same. What's the difference? I said, 10 days. You don't know who you're viewing, because I'm looking on the next page. I don't know where I am, on trauma memory. I think it's the 9th slide. That's why
You've got about 5 minutes.
okay, I can do that.
Okay.
Often diagnosed, the accurate labeling depends on the capacity of the viewer. And so, anytime, anything that is dissociated in your memory, like all your trauma memories, only you can hear that. Only you can see it. Only you can feel it. But if you are telling it to somebody who doesn't have the personal or the professional capacity to understand that, like for instance, oh, Connie, help me with his name. He's the ex-psychiatrist out of Harvard. Anyway, he says really good advice to therapists. He says, oh, you hear a voice. Whose voice is it? What is it saying? Is it a voice you know? Is it saying something? That was remarkable to me for knowing that I lessons, where they were taught so that not to leave marks and not to break anything, and I was twisted, and I was just in awe. And I can remember this part so clearly of him, and that's why I hated, that's when I realized how much I hated, why I hated priest. He was our Episcopal priest, and he was the main trainer program for the game that couldn't shoot certain things. And anyway, he got me all pinned down, and he's down with his face, and the cold blew up his right in mine, and he said, and you will learn to do what we tell you to do. And you will learn to, and he just went on with all of these things, and you will do them all, because we own you, and no one will be able to help you. Now, those are terrible, and they have been running me all the time. But I realized that's what it was, then that was the freedom for me. So, I'm going back to this, about the type of memory. It can't classify as psychosis, mystical or psychic experience, or trauma. Now, what I know, because I think I hope that it would be trauma, but I will change my hopes on that one. Not as many instances as it is. But, you know, you just, that's just what I'm talking about, this topic gets scattered tonight. I just got scattered there, but it is getting better, and people are beginning to understand it, but you have to stand up and hold your own. I was kind of a public person. Now, I don't mean on the news or anything, but a lot of people in various positions knew who I was, and they respected me, and people were stunned when it came out what was going on, but nobody questioned it, except those who were trying to discredit me. And Connie was down helping, and our friend Jeannie from the Central Valley, and we would do these trainings, and one time the False Memory Center Foundation stick the grand jury on us in San Diego, and it was meant to intimidate us to come into this huge training. And we didn't let them intimidate us. We just asked them. I was the one that was chairing the meeting at the beginning of the training, and I said, so, I understand we have some members of the San Diego County grand jury here. So maybe they'd like to stand up and introduce themselves and tell them why they're here and what they expect to get out of this. And they all looked like cockroaches when they went on. Because one thing that we do learn is that these are tactics used to scare little children, and they work on little children. And the memories you have that tell you you are still a little child. There was a woman in blue, a lady in blue, I call her, and she used to come to me. I had these memories came through much later, but she used to come to me. These were memories retrieval, and she would come to me and tell them a terrifying time. And she's like, when you're on the table, you know, sort of a pocket clicker, and you're about to go next, and they're all doing this weird kind of, well, it's terrifying until the blue lady puts this bubble over us, and she says, now look at it. And I did. She said, don't they look silly? Hopping around like that. And I mean, all those different things that you said, a different view. And so one quick thing I just want to finish with, and I'm probably over, is about triggers. Triggers are your friends. I know that many of the groups that I've worked with or survivors have been, oh, no, I can't be triggered. I haven't done any triggers. Well, the first thing you do at triggers is realize they're your friends. The next thing I said, okay, yeah, I do want to talk to you. I understand what's going on. But can you give me an hour? Just give me a couple little headlines. And then, call back in an hour and I'd be glad to talk to you. So they listened to it. And an hour later they call back and they'd be cool. I understand what happened. I understand why this person or this professional or this experience, like, it can just be somebody stripping duct tape that sends you screaming under a table. And they call me back because we were telling them and showing them and anybody else worth their salt that you got to trace your triggers. And if you go off the rails, what were you doing just before? And that's what I would next look at. But do one thing before you call me back. What was it you were doing or happened just before you got so badly triggered? And they would have that figured out. So, anyway, so trigger management is a huge part. And I am so sorry I'm not here with you today. I would do anything to support Connie's work in this. And she has supported mine, but I am really sick. And you would not want to do it. I would just be spreading whatever it is all over. So, and then the 3 elements of TTS, the final chart. And that really, I think you all in your group maybe can go through these about the different stages of the, the hyper-arousal, what they are, the characteristics of the 3 elements of post-traumatic stress, characteristics, whether they're angry, whether you're getting flooded or not, whether you're shut down, and what emotions they bring out, and what potential for misdiagnosis you have. So, anyway, I hope I can come up there another time when I won't be typhoid Mary getting on. But anyway, I so wish I could feel you here, but I so wish I couldn't have been there when I started. So I hope the impact of this information in my information. And if anybody wants to contact me, you can coming and John is actually do that. And so, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bravo. Okay, till next time. Bye. I'm so impressed that worked.
What was her name once again?
Her name is Deborah Parker, and she's just one strong, wonderful woman. So if you want to connect with her, I'll let you.
What area is she in?
San Diego. But her abuse is back in Indiana. So we have, I know people are going to need to get up. There's chocolate back there. There's cookies back there. This is the time everybody needs chocolate and cookies. And then we'll resume in about 5 minutes, or maybe 7 minutes, depending on how long it takes to consume all the chocolate. So I'm enormously grateful that all this technology has worked. I am not a fat ilk at all. So I have no PowerPoint, I just have my own voice here. And what I want to do now is I will tell a little bit of my story. I'll read another person's story who could not come. And then we'll turn it over to a person who actually does something about these situations. I mean, most of us just think, oh my God, all I can do is pray and get better. But there is someone who actually does something about these situations. So, my story, real story quite well. And I was trained to do that. That's not because I'm so great at recovery, it's because that's what I was supposed to do. But the truth was that I was a really miserable person in my life. I became an alcoholic, I married a long drug abuser, and then in my late 30s, I began leaving behind things. I began leaving coffee, I began leaving cigarettes through the health biofeedback. I left alcohol because I was pregnant and never wanted my children to sleep in that circumstance. And I'm 39 years sober now. And I left my husband. How do you feel about 39? You know, the chronological years don't add up to that. What I was left with during all of this leaving time was this mysterious amnesia. I had no idea why. I had a fine childhood. I had this fine adulthood. What's wrong with this picture? Except for this little problem about So I went to a therapist, and all of a sudden, outpoured, to my astonishment and my horror, the frogs and the toads of ritual abuse and mind control. I had no idea that this had happened. Zero. So it was a complete shock, and very disabling just for a shock. But as anybody who's gone through memories know, it brings you to your knees. It brings you flat on your face. There's nothing more painful. If I pray for anything for my enemies, it's that they have their memories. That would be the meanest thing I can think of doing. It's also been healing, so it has to do with this. I was in therapy for about 5 years. There had been palliative therapy before that, with sort of Band-Aids and yes, you can get better, but nobody knew what was wrong. It took surgery, really, such surgery to lance the abscesses. And now I have to say that, I'm as healthy a person as most anybody in this room, which is saying a lot. The memories still continue to this day. It was 25 years ago that I started the process. I still get maybe once a month, I'll remember something worse. You start with the easiest ones, and you continue to get the worst ones as you go along. The handout, there's a handout back there on the extreme abuse survey, which Randy can talk about. I won't go into what exactly happened to me. Oh, yes, I will. I'll go into exactly what happened to me, because I'll just read it from the extreme abuse survey, which you can try to find out. 86% received physical abuse from their perpetrators. I did too. 79% received sexual abuse from multiple perpetrators. I cannot count the number of people who raped me. 77% were threatened with death if they never talked about the abuse. Before I speak out, I always put my affairs in order because I'm killed. That's a very pernicious, long-lasting fear. So far, so good. And I've been happy for a good 15 years. 72% witnessed physical abuse by perpetrators on other victims. That's probably one of the worst of things, especially with your siblings or your children. I hear that. 71%, this is 1,500 people speaking. So 71% of them were forced to drugging. I was drugged a lot. 70% was incest. Incest was the first memory that I had with my father. 69% sleep deprivation. I waked up in the middle of the night, given an injection, and taken out to a ritual, which lasts most of the night from 12 to 3. That's sort of the general time. So you're constantly sleep deprived. 67% bondage or tied up. 63% use of blood in the abuse. And finally, figured out the Christian issue of the body and the blood of Jesus Christ. And when Jesus said, "This is my body, this is my blood," it's from an ancient tradition of using blood and body parts. That's way preceded Christianity. 62% witnessed animal mutilations and killings. Check. 61% sensory deprivation. That's one of the most horrendous mind control. Sounds so benign. Sensory deprivation. It makes a person crazy within about 24 hours. It is the CIA's most favorite little trick. There's a movie or a documentary called The Minds of Men. It's about the CIA experiments and so it turns out I am survivor. I had no idea of that until I told someone a phrase that I had remembered, which is, the phrase was somebody doing something horrible to me, and it was, the phrase was, I am the Alpha and the Omega, and all in between, I am the creative machine. He told it to another person, he told it to another person, he said, everybody on our psychiatric board is saying that same expression, and they were all virtual abuse and mind control survivors who were in failed. So I just, by process of elimination, I figured out from that. If this is too much for people, just raise your hand and say, stop. But I'm just reading from the survey. 55% use e-season abuse. Yes, lots of that. 50, they're sort of, a lot of the perpetrators seem to be screeched to a halt around, whenever you start getting these jokes. And that's it, that's where they're at. 54% was murder by a perpetrator, check. 55% forced abuse of other victims, check. 53% forced to participate in animal relation and killing, check. 53% were put in cages, check. My particular cage had an electronic bottom thing, like in the rat experiments. So when I did something wrong, I would get a shock through the bottom part of the cage. 53% blinding lights, I don't remember much of that. 52% bestiality, yes. 52% child pornography, the bestiality was part of the child pornography. 51% their drowning experience caused by the perpetrators. Waterboarding occurs for children also, but the children have no idea if they're going to live or not. Whereas many adults know that they're going to put people out, but most of us didn't have a clue who would live for it. 50% forced to murder a baby, yes. 50% electroshock, that's the most common thing in my particular history was electroshock because it doesn't show. Nobody sees it. They don't have on this list. They come upside down by one leg. But that was also another one, that's a torture that does not show. I don't know what non-lethal weapons abuse means. So 48% starvation, yes. 46% forced participation in murder, yes. 46% forced participation in child prostitution, yes. 45% spinning, yes. 45% buried alive, yes. 44% forced cannibalism, yes. So I could go on, but you sort of get the grasp of what we're talking about. Murder in my particular group was a weekly event. A weekly event. On my birthday, whatever age I turned, that number of children were murdered. So as I grew older, more people died. It's a great incentive not to want to grow older. So the places that this took place were mostly in, I had a physician grandfather also, and they seem to be stuck in trade here. Physicians are highly involved in this. And he had an office in Burlington, New Jersey, where he had an outfitted basement. And when I say outfitted, I mean it had shackles from the ceiling, it had little pulley things that went around it. It had his medical office walled off in another little portion of it. And that's where these rituals would take place, on a table in the middle of this with people in black robes. But every week, there would be some killed, usually a baby. He had access to all these bodies because these children, he had access to women who gave birth and then their baby could die. But they didn't die until they got to me. His address is 465 High Street in Burlington, New Jersey, and it turned into, very interesting, it turned into a funeral parlor. When I went back on my memory visit, it was a funeral parlor. that's just a little weird thing. A lot of survivors do these memory walks because we want validation. Sorry. There were other places, churches, hospitals, medical offices, office buildings in Sacramento, Air Force bases, lots of those, graveyards, backyards, in New Jersey, Virginia, Massachusetts, Nebraska, and California. So I started searching for validation because this just gobsmacked me. I had no idea this had happened to me. And if you could see a picture of my family, you'd think that could not possibly be true. So I certainly doubted myself before I would ever doubt them. So over time, people like Deborah and other survivors began to contact me. And several decades ago, a former UCD campus minister, Maggie McNaught, said she knew of several land-based cult groups in Davis. Around that same time, a woman called from San Diego and said, would I help her go through a memory walk in Little County? I said, sure. It wasn't my abuse. I could go on a memory walk here with her and hold her hand. So we went to the local Presbyterian church. She went down into the basement. I did not go with her. I don't do basements. But this was right before it had been sealed off. She came flying out saying it looks exactly as I remembered. So that validated that memory. She then said she'd been tortured in a house somewhere toward Woodland. So I thought, I wonder if that's the one same place I remember. So we went on this little road trip. We drove all around the countryside. And, I don't think I changed expressions when we went by the house that I remembered, which is on County Road 99, 27 and 99. It's big house with corners. And she started freaking out, dove underneath the dashboard and said, get out of here as fast as possible. That's the house I was tortured in. So we both remembered that place. Two other survivors.
So it happened to both of you at different times?
Yes.
So it's a house that they use for
It's
whatever?
a house that's commonly used. And that's two of us that remember, but I'll continue on that one. Two other survivors called and identified the Glide Ranch on the road to Winters as a ritual site, along with the Unitarian Church's side yard, which is very pretty and shady. It's hard to see. You couldn't ever see it. Another mother told me her little boy reported being taken from the Waldorf School out on 113 into an attached tunnel where he heard the road noise going over him. She got him out of that school right away. I don't know if that school is still a site, but, according to this little boy, this is third-hand information, there's a tunnel that goes from the school under 113. So, the other survivors were naming pillars of the society as their abusers, as was my family. One of them, some of them included UC Davis professors, public mental health administrators, a high school administrator, an engineer, and a Catholic prelate. Some of the crimes were reported to law enforcement, including to the FBI, and I personally went to the the Air Force OSI, the Office of Special Investigations. Absolutely nothing came of it. It was positive. The nice, kind guy that I talked to at the OSI said, oh my gosh, I want you to come out and talk about this issue to our staff, because this is happening. We're getting reports all the time here at Travis Air Force Base. And I said, great, happy to. I'm pretty steady on my feet now. This was not true for a while. I was not steady on my feet for quite a while, but I was then. And I said, but unfortunately, this is going to go to the first Satanist in your organization, and then it's going to be closed down because of the rank of my father, or because it's a Satanist and they don't like his reports. So that he's going. And a month later, he called up and he said, I'm bringing your material back. I'm so sorry. The investigation was closed down, and I've been transferred to, northern Siberia. He was transferred because he believed people. Law enforcement even told one woman that the report that her child made didn't exist. It was gone. It was disappeared. So there have been some things in this county that have been quite pointed. And each of us who, everybody who calls me, everybody who says we have been so disbelieved. We're all treated like this man Moshe, and he like he sells. And I often wonder if the sniffer dogs would be able to sniff out where people have been killed 30, 40 years later in church basements and in backyards. I don't have the skills to go and find these things. I have no idea how to do that. I'm a 75-year-old lady, for heaven's sakes, what am I going to do about it? Except talk on camera. The most fascinating connection for me has been, and this is where I'm going to move into somebody else's story, was a woman named Anna. She lives far away, and it's too dangerous for her to come out of hiding. So she asked me to read her history for you. First of all, okay, ready for imaginary things. You'll have to imagine I'm 25 years younger than I am, but I'm quite beautiful, and I have long, thick, dark hair. So everybody got that? That's right. So here is her story, which is so interesting to me. My name is Anna, and I'm a registered nurse. I graduated with honors and worked in nursing for 26 years, mostly as a supervisor in hospital trauma and emergency rooms, as well as in hospice. My family was very wealthy and well-educated. My father was very handsome. She showed me a picture of Cary Grant. She said, oh, he was much more handsome. Debonair and a world traveler. I happen to be crazy about Cary. And a world traveler. My mother was drop-dead gorgeous. Both were from generations of European aristocrats. My father lived in Europe all this time, for his whole life. My European mother moved to the United States to a very affluent community, and my early childhood was half in Europe and half in the United States. She would spend 3 months in each place. But normal was definitely not part of my life. I never even knew what normal was. My father had 1 legal marriage and 4 children with a woman he loved dearly, and he never harmed any of them. They were oblivious to his other life. In fact, he was a very wicked man from a very wicked family. He was an Illuminati Satanist and had 5 cult marriages with 1 cult child in addition to his legal marriage and children. The weddings were satanic weddings with bloodline women. Now, bloodline means basically like purebred dogs or purebred horses. There's this lineage that's supposed to stay clean. You try not to get mutts out of it. You try not to breed with Heinz 59 dog. But it's done in exactly that same sounding way. My mother was Illuminati, this going back to her story. My parents were from 2 separate sects of the same religion, sort of like Mormons and Catholics. My time with my father in Europe was social training on how to carry myself, how to curtsy to show respect, how to keep my eyes down unless instructed otherwise. I learned proper social skills to go into a social setting. I learned to rub elbows with higher-ups. It was a type of cult finishing school. I had a natural ability to mentally record my surroundings and what was being said. I was the perfect spy. I had a photographic memory and had it well before I could read. I could write down what I had seen. As a child, she couldn't read. As a 3-year-old, she couldn't read, but she could scribe exactly what she had seen written. The training enabled me to slip into parties and meetings and record what I saw and heard, and then bring it back. My father took me to meetings all over the world from the time I was small, during the late 60s and early 70s, with top leaders who were planning a global takeover. This sounds like stuff out of the mystery novel. But this is a woman who, in my experience, is not able to lie. I was also used in rituals all over Europe, which included being put in chains and shackles and dark places, raped repeatedly from the time I was barely a toddler, and showed every terrible thing that could happen to a person. Being my father's daughter was a high rank, but I still had to be trained. Plus, I had to be superlative in everything, especially rituals. I witnessed many killings but did not participate in them. I was subject of attention in perverted sexual ways. Afterwards, I was bathed, dressed, and presented to bishops and magistrates in a daze, never forgetting how to curtsy properly. When my father's legal wife accidentally came to his estate and stumbled upon a ritual, she was stunned and left him. He died fairly soon after that, of heartbreak she was. My mother was also European. Even though she she lived in the United States, she never became a citizen, but would travel back and forth to her visa. My mother had a high-ranking job in Hollywood, in the industry, while becoming a heroin junkie. She had servants and didn't even dress herself. I was born for one purpose, an obligation, a cult kid, and she hated me. She reminded me of that every day. I was ignored, I was kept from other children, and was not allowed to go to school except when CPS truant officers showed up at the door. Then I would be shipped overseas to my father. I taught myself everything through the encyclopedia. She told me that she had almost all the encyclopedias except she didn't think she had the O's, so she knew nothing about oceans. The O's were missing from her knowledge base. While living every other 3 months in the U.S., I was taken to a farm to be trained like a child soldier, including sensory deprivation, being put in chains and shackles in an underground area under a barn, tortured, and witnessing killings. I was also used in rituals in the United States. When I was 7, I was put in foster care for 6 months. The foster care families were all cult. My mother engineered this, and my father bought me back. After that, my mother's friends taught me how to use a syringe, how to cook her drugs, and administer to my mother skillfully. She tolerated after that. Mind you, this is a child who was just turned 8. This is the part that really, this part of her story is really affected me. Mind you, I certainly affected her. 5 points. The 5 points is a rolling global ritual ceremony that takes place across the world on October 31st, every 3 years. It's a global joining that goes on for 3 nights. Every area in the world begins their high-level ceremony at a certain time, and mind you, she's in Europe this time. When it's finished, the next area in the world starts up their ritual. It goes all across the globe. They call on Satan and the demons, they sacrifice people with knives, they rape children on tables in front of everyone. The children are barely fed or able to sleep, and most children do not survive the 5 months. I was taken at ages 3, 6, and 9 by my family to Buckingham Palace in a big basement room with 9 doors and 4 black and white squares that got smaller toward the center. There was a double circle with a pentagram in the center. Leaders and representatives from other countries would sit in chairs at each point of the pentagram during the ritual. There were coves on the wall, like they had those statues in, where the children were chained during the day and the night, except when they were being used or killed. All the leaders of every country are involved, from all over the world. These are graduation ceremonies for upcoming leaders. The monarchs are the cruelest. If you're a higher bloodline child, the worse the torture. I still have a brand of an inverted cross on my hip from one of the rituals. Others who were forced to participate also have the brand. One of the rituals that she told me on the phone that she participated in, she was used in, was when Prince Charles came of age and graduated, and he had to rape her in front of everybody. He didn't perform, in other words, and he was delighted to. When I was 11, I was put in foster care again, this time for 4 years. I was again trafficked to and my cult families, foster families. The cult foster family I was living with at the time took me to the 5-point ceremony when I was 12. I ran away from foster care when I was 15, and fortunately missed the last 5-point ceremony. When I ran away, I joined my sister Amanda, who was 8 years older than me. She and I had the same father, but she had another cult mother who was a very high-ranking Satanist priestess with ties to California, including close ties to Yolo County, which shocked me to pieces. I could not believe she was saying that because this is just such a little, nothing. Little did I know. My sister Amanda is a legend. She started rescuing cult children when she was 11 years old. The cult suspected she was doing it and would punish her by flogging her. She had scars all across her back. As the scar tissue built up, she said the beatings were less painful because scar tissue has less feeling. They didn't dare kill her, it would have brought too much attention. As she grew older, she increased her rescues. She and others, including myself, would go to the ritual sites and pull out victims in very daring ways. She used her wealthy mother's money fund the rescues. In the meantime, she built an army of rescued people. By the time of her death in 2013, she had rescued over 300 people. What the other rituals, right in the middle of the ritual. So, then here comes the part where, again, I was called gobsmacked. I met Connie on the phone several years ago. At one point, I was talking about a tiny beach community called Holden Beach in North Carolina, where the cult used to meet and where I was taken frequently in the summer when I was young. Connie gasped, that was true, and said, "What did you say?" That's when I found out Connie's family went to the very same little beach place, and that I had met her for years at several different times and several different places. I also told her that I had been trafficked in these rituals in Yolo County since I was young. Sometimes we would stay over in Yolo County on our way to another place. I know many ritual sites in this county, such as the Big House with Pillars on Road 27 by 99. That's the third person. Another site is the Big Hay Barns on Road 102 and Gibson Road in Woodland. I told Connie about the extensive underground tunnel system all throughout the Yolo County farming community. They are made from huge round cement segments fastened together that would usually be used to transport large amounts of water, but are actually used to transport kids for these criminal trafficking rings. The tunnels are big enough to drive a Jeep through, and are made to have a floor to do that. Since they're floor down. Yolo County is, of course, not the only place that has these kind of underground tunnels. I was taken to churches in the day for church services, and at night to the same church for ritual torture. It was all very confusing. I saw the statue of Jesus on the cross in both situations. I wondered why nobody rescued him from the cross where he was hanging. Fortunately, I recently figured out he is real, and he has kept me alive and sane, so I could share this part of my story with you. Thank you. So that is probably more than most people want to swallow, but I did not meet a more credible person in my life. I've never met anybody so completely credible about this, including myself, and I'm pretty done. So, the next part is uplifting. This is uplifting that people survive these things. But the next part is uplifting because we have a surprise guest here. His name is Kevin Emmett. And Kevin is a man who, I don't know, Kevin, you just come up and tell your story. I really appreciate you.
My new friend sister over there just wrote on a piece of paper, "This must stop." That's all the analysis we need. I want to honor the courage in this room. You don't find it very often. 25 years ago this coming week, I was summarily fired from my job as a United Church clergyman in a little town called Port Alberni on Vancouver Island, west coast of Canada. And for 2.5 years, I've been bringing Aboriginal people into my church, letting them speak from the pulpit. Until one day, the wrong person spoke about the wrong thing. And the next week, I was summarily removed from, I had the beginning of my awakening of something I'd been complicit in, like all of us, until we know better. And then sometimes even after that. And the same week, I was given an ultimatum to make sure that all the natives stay out of church, that I stop preaching about social justice, that I close the food bank where we'd be feeding 300 families. And I said if I didn't do that, I'd be defrauded. I had 2 small children at the time, my daughters, Claire and Eleanor, they were 6 and 3. That same week, they went to my wife at the time, Anne, and they said, "This man's never going to work again. We're going to make sure of that. So if you'd like to leave him, we'll help you." That came on a divorce trial later, after I lost custody of my kids, after I'd been blacklisted. So my first question was, why is this happening? like all of us, we're kicked in the teeth. We wonder why. Why me? What have I done? We don't understand the world we live in. We don't understand what's at work until it affects us personally. We can't understand anything until we suffer from it. Then we begin to awaken. Otherwise, it's abstract. Anything can be real. Over the years that followed, after I lost my kids, after I was blacklisted, tried to retrain and found that block, I realized, and a lot of other people began to realize, why is the United Church an ostensibly liberal congregation that ordains gay people, talks about all sorts of progressive issues, why are they spending $300,000 to throw one of their ministers out of church, defrocking, in the first public defrocking of a clergyman in that denomination's history, like a show trial? Well, it happened right at the same time in 1995 and 6, when the first news was spilling out in the Canadian media about the Indian residential schools. And many of the survivors of those death camps were, I was letting them speak from my pulpit. You can see this online, murderbodygroup.com. You can't find it anywhere else because it's not allowed. It's continually taken out of libraries, etc. in Canada. But what it has is the unedited, uncensored reality of what went on in those places. And inadvertently, I began to discover a lot of what's being talked about today. The same kind of cultic crimes, ritual killings and everything that went on there. 60,000 more children never came back. An official death rate of 50% over half a century. Now, you don't get that kind of official death rate unless it's intentional. And all the stories I've been hearing today have been, it's like listening in an Aboriginal healing circle. What I was hearing today, exactly the same stories. Same perpetrators, the same thing. So over the years in Canada, I couldn't work, tried to retrain and get a PhD, that was blocked. So it was interesting that in our lives, the way the hidden hand works, right? We're guided into certain destinies, I believe. And it doesn't seem like it at the time, it seems like hell, but there's a purpose. And I began to uncover that. I began getting invited. I had a history in Vancouver of working on the streets as a community minister. So a lot of the people down there knew me. In the downtown east side of Vancouver, there's about over 50,000 Aboriginal people, all of them impoverished. 80% of the women working on the streets are native, as young as 10, 11. All of them driven off their land by big multinationals, getting the oil and the water and the uranium. It's always about big money. And from these people, we began to hear the real stories. We began to put together a movement that eventually, 15 years later, forced Canada to issue an official apology for the Indian residential school crimes. In the New York Times in June 2015, there's an article, Canada admits cultural genocide. And you always put that adjective in front of it to soften it a bit. Cultural genocide. Well, we just got to let the kids speak the language. But you can't have that happen without the bigger crime happening. And they admit thousands of children died, but yet not one person has ever been charged, let alone go to trial in Canada for any of those deaths. However, by the time that story broke, there were two phases that are really relevant today. I'm just going to talk briefly about it. The first phase was within Canada. Up to 2008, we had built a grassroots movement. And this is the question of how. What do we do about it? How do we stop these crimes on the ground? We found a way to do it. And that's what I'm going to talk about. We began to build a movement that not only did public educationals and forums and protests, we began to take this message into the churches responsible. The Roman Catholic, Anglican, you call them Episcopalians down here. United Church, my former congregation. We began to go in there on Sunday and do teachings and occupations of the churches during the services. And we did that in a very nonviolent way, a very creative way. Sun Tzu says in The Art of War, Sun Tzu says in The Art of War that it doesn't matter how small you are, if you attack what the enemy loves, they have to respond to you. And we did that. We know, what does the church love? A collection place. So we went in there, and it was great. I want to tell you one incident. We went into Holy Rosary Cathedral, the largest Catholic cathedral in Vancouver, one Sunday in early 2007. And one of the guys with me was this man, William Coombs, who's a survivor of Catholic ritual torture. And he's the one who saw Queen Elizabeth take 10 kids away, and then they were never seen again, and he died subsequently. I'll talk about his case. But we went into we showed up, and there were no cops around the door. Normally the Knights of Columbus and the police are like barricading the church to prevent any protest. They're not there that day. The doors are standing wide open. So I say to Chief Capilano, who's with me, a local Squamish elder. I said, Jerry, this is a sign, let's go in, right? So we go in, we take our banner, which just says, all the children need a proper burial. We go to the front of the cathedral, and it was funny when I walked in there, it was like this hand, it felt like something was saying, no, you will not come in here, right? So we pushed back, all of us, it was about 50 of us. I was the only white guy there, and white person. And we walked to the front, and we stood there at the front, and there's me and all these wild Indians all through the church, and the priests didn't know what to do. They were talking about being gobsmacked. Their Holy of Holies was invaded, right, by this rabble. And you often wonder how they treat Jesus if he showed up, right? But anyway, we're standing there, and the people just don't know what they're doing, so they don't know what this is, right? They figure maybe this is some part of the service or whatever. So the priest gets the organist to keep playing the hymn over and over and over, right? And people are wondering what is going on here, right? So finally, the priest comes up behind me, the head priest, Glenn Dion, grabs my arm and starts trying to force me out of the church. So the parishioners are wondering, why is this priest assaulting this guy? and there's this drama playing itself out, and he said, we've asked you to leave, and I said, we've asked you where you buried these children.
Whoa, yes.
And he went, and he walks out of church, right? So at that point, like, you could feel this thing lifting. I don't know how to describe it. I won't try. But at that point, I'm looking over, and there's William, okay? Now, William was tortured so badly as a kid that whenever he heard the church bell or saw a cross, he'd start vomiting. Just couldn't go anywhere near the church's door on purpose. I look over there, and there's William, inside the sanctuary, hanging the flyers with a huge grin on his face. To all these parishioners who are reading it and going, oh, our church did this, wow. And after, I asked him, how did you do that? And he said, I saw you all there and I didn't want to let you down. And he said, now I face those bastards, I'm not afraid of them anymore. He said, I've done more today than I did in 10 years of therapy. And there's two things I got from that. We do it together, and we face the evil. Because evil has an address. It's got a name and an address. We've heard some of that today. And it's at the highest level of society. We've also heard that. The second phase is when I was invited to Europe in 2010 in Dublin, partly to visit family, but also to work with survivors of the Catholic Church crimes over there. We began to form something called the International Tribunal for Crimes of Church and State. And that tribunal, 2 years later, convened a common law court. You can read about it at the back. The International Common Law Court of Justice brought 2 cases against initially Pope Benedict, Queen Elizabeth, various officials of the Church and State of Canada for the crimes of genocide that we documented so well. And that trial eventually resulted in a verdict which caused the resignation of Pope Benedict in February 2013. Now, we know it had a direct impact because the Spanish government, which you may or may not know, it's the only country in the world that has universal jurisdiction over human rights issues. So you can bring a human rights case into a Spanish court, they'll get a hearing. They did that with Pinochet, the Chilean dictator, you might remember. So we heard that the Spanish government had issued a diplomatic note to the Vatican 5 days before Ratzinger resigned, and it said, based on the evidence we saw in the docket of our court, the court material that I have put together for the prosecutor, the Pope will face arrest if he comes to Spain because he has not only followed a practice of covering up child abuse, but he's ordered all the bishops everywhere in the world to cover not only that, but the death and trafficking of children. That's a criminal offense, so he's going to be put on trial. 5 days later, he resigns. His Secretary of State resigns, Tarcisio Bertone. The head of the Jesuits resigns, and eventually another guy, Sean Brady, Cardinal of Ireland, steps down because of all of this information coming out, because it exposed something called the Ninth Circle, which is the satanic cult that's operated within the Catholic Church since at least the 17th century, probably set up by the Jesuits. Insiders have described it. Toast Niehaus, who's quoted back there, intergenerational survivor. He's kind of like the equivalent in the church of what you were just reading out, Connie. That high-level involvement involving Joseph Ratzinger, Pope Benedict. And you can remember, he actually looked evil. They brought in Bergoglio, Pope Francis, as the the spin doctrine to make you think the church is all better now because you've got the smiling grandfather figure in. But Ratzinger was a member of what's called the Knights of Darkness when he was in the Hitler Youth. And then not just the media spins it that he was Hitler Youth, he was actually in a Waffen SS infantry unit, and he was an assistant chaplain at Ravensbrück concentration camp, where these satanic cults operated using the cover of mass murder and everything to do these things. And so Ratzinger was so guilty everybody knew about it. Even the cardinals in Rome called him Joe the Rat. That was described to us. And it's interesting, when I first went to Rome, there was this Senator Furio Colombo, who subsequently died very quickly. And he took me aside the first time I was there. Me and some native people were presenting to the Italian Parliament evidence of genocide in Canada. Furio took me aside and he said, "You have to understand about this country. The mafia and the Vatican and the government, they're all the same people. And they care about one thing, their money. So don't ever get caught in their money." And what came out of that was the realization that as the crime is international, so the survivors and the forces trying to bring this to justice have to be international, because at every level of society, courts, governments, and we've learned this through continual experience, and for years in Canada we tried to get the courts to look at this, continually ruled that genocide in Canada was ultra vires, which means outside the jurisdiction of the courts, because in Canada the courts are appointed by the Crown, the so-called Privy Council, the thing that a little convenient colonial system where church and state and big money are all one. And so you can never get justice. Under international law, you then have an obligation to take it internationally and set up what are called tribunals of conscience. Now here's the thing, here's a weapon we all have. Any group of citizens can form these tribunals, and they have standing under international law. That's why when our common law court verdict, like the critics said, well, you're just a symbolic body, what is the matter with verdict yet? The reality is, and even though we don't know this, the top people know that the church and government leaders know this, and that's why Ratzinger stepped down. Any verdict of a citizen's tribunal can be acted upon by another court. So any court in the world can issue arrest warrants based on what you, as a citizen's inquiry, come up with. Think of the power of that. We have the evidence, we have the eyewitnesses. You take that to that level, and then courts, and politicians and judges know which way the wind's blowing. The more people talk about this, the more the issue of child trafficking, satanic killing becomes palatable, what's the word? Palatable, digestible, a legitimate issue. Then at one point they're going to react. Now here's an example. I was in Ireland, we do a lot of work there. When Bergoglio, now Pope Francis, by the way, has his own dark closet from Argentina, where he was a hitman for a PR hitman for the military junta. I don't know if you remember the dirty wars during the 70s and 80s, where 30,000 Argentines were killed by the military government. Well, there was good old Francis Bergoglio, not only being a frontman for the military, but also trafficking the children of political prisoners, which is an old custom of the Catholic Church. They did it under Franco in Spain, made billions. I've spoken to the survivors in Barcelona about that. And they take children of people in prison and do all sorts of things to them, you can imagine, and make a lot of money in the process. And that's what we discovered, that child trafficking and everything is a huge global industry, like arms and drugs. And the people who come in contact with this always face the same pattern. Some cops are receptive, but others, they last so long and then they drop the investigation. Or the courts settle out of court with gag orders. I mean, it's a constant habit of protecting the perpetrators because they are in power. It's that simple. Or they may not be all the people in power, but they look the other way because it's the old boys agreement. You're not going to shit on each other. Right? So, faced with all of that, we realized that we had to return to our roots, and that's to set up these citizen inquiries. We've done that. We adjudicated the second case, which is one of the reasons that Jorge Bergoglio, Pope Francis, is probably going to be removed before February. February 23rd and 24th, there's a regular conclave of the Ninth Circle in Rome, a place called the San Lorenzo Jesuit Church, which is just down the road from St. Peter's Square. It's traditionally where the Ninth Circle is met. There's going to be a gathering there. There'll be child sacrifices in the sub-basement crypt area. And Francis is going to be out by then because he's brought too much heat to bear. He's a member of the Ninth Circle, but he's got too much exposure, so they want him out. They're probably going to bring in a Nigerian cardinal called Arinze, put in a black coat, first one, new face, big PR spin again. But that's all the result of pressure from below. Those things wouldn't have been happening unless people all over, like you and me, were bringing these issues up. And we always think we don't have the power. That's how we're programmed to think, when in fact the opposite is true. When you meet these people face to face, the so-called rulers, they're not very impressive. They're mediocrities. They're frightened people. And I know it's kind of funny. I'll give you an incident. I got deported from England the last time I was there in May 2011. I was to speak at a rally in Trafalgar Square, and one day I tried to get into the country, and they arrested me at Stansted Airport, had me in an immigration prison. I was the only white person there. They were deporting whole bunches of black folks and Asians because UK border agency is run by Reliance Limited, a private agency that makes money for everybody to deport. And so, you know, I'm sitting there talking to those people, but then this guy comes in, coughing, and says, we have to process you. And I said, what does that mean? He says, well, you know, we got your papers, you're being deported. I said, can I ask you why? He said, you can ask, but we're not telling you. So anyway, it's very strange what happened next. This might blow your mind, but anyway, what happens next is I'm taken into a room, and there's a guy in a suit there, the proverbial guy in a suit. And he's looking at me, and his eyes are like dead, you know, just one of the dead-eyed fellows. He starts asking me, like, he starts giving me a biography as if that's going to impress me about all the things I've done since I'm 16, right? And he said, you've been at this a long time, haven't you, brother? And I said, well, yeah. And he said, well, there's somebody else who would like to talk to you. So he leaves, and then this other guy comes in, a very stately-looking individual. He didn't give me his name, but it turns out later his name is Judge Adrian Fulford. And he found something in England called PI, Pedophile Information in Exchange. He's the Queen's constitutional advisor, top judge in England. And he advocates the abolition of age of consent. He said, sex with children, no problem. That's what this PI organization does. They're out there now, openly advocating. And these guys, I know from when I was defrocked in the United Church, they like to play with you like cat and mouse. They know they're God, they know they're above the law, they can get away with anything. So they like to come and gloat. So he was sitting there gloating with me, right? And he said, you know, you're never going to get, A, no one's going to believe you, and B, even if they do believe you, what can you do? And he had this leering kind of smile, and I said, you know, you're right, but I'm going to try anyway. I remember when I said that, it was kind of like, he did kind of you could almost see smoke coming out. And the machine was breaking down. Wait a minute, this is not how they're supposed to react. And then I realized the power we have, all we have to do is remain ourselves. Right? You know what I mean? Right? Like we're not afraid, because you lose everything. Like, you know, I lost my children, I lost my job, everybody ran for the hills, my family dropped me. The only one in my family who still talks to me is my 90-year-old father out in Daytona Beach. And Dad was the black sheep of the family. He was a manic depressive. You know, we were taught to hate Dad because he was the cause of all our problems. I was estranged from him for 20 years. But then, when he heard about this, he calls me up. And he says, Kev, I know we haven't talked, but I'm nominating you for the Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah, right? But I mean, in a crunch, we find out who our real family are. And we find new family, right? And all of us in the room are family, right? Like we've come at this from many different directions, but we carry that spark. This must stop, right? And I'm always blown away. One of the advantages of being a band person is that you keep meeting amazing people all the time. You wouldn't.
Yeah, that's true.
You know? And the cost is difficult because my daughter Claire, who's going to be 30 next week, she's a midwife, and Eleanor's 26. She works for the government, ironically, foreign services in Canada. But they both stay away from me. Not that, I mean, our time together was brief, because Ann got custody, and there was this whole kind of aura about dad's a bad person, don't talk to him, right? And they're affected by what they read in the press, the blacklisting, all this stuff. They love me, as Eleanor said, they love me, but we don't want to feel bad about mom, you know, we don't know what to think about this stuff, so I said, fine, you don't have to take a position, but they know I always unconditionally love them, and that's, remember Claire saying, you know, Dad, Tuesdays and Thursdays in the week, which were our favorite time, because that's when we were with you. And it comes back, you know, we think we lose our kids, we think we lose the things that matter in life. It's not true. If you stay true to yourself, I think that speaks to the best of other people, and that's the spark that I see is going to ignite this, because we're right, from what I see, I go all over the world, and I see the same bullshit everywhere, and yet the same rising spirit everywhere, like people have had enough, right? But we've got to reclaim ourselves, and this is what a lot of the work I do now. I had a workshop yesterday in Sacramento, and some of the friends here are from that were there, and I encourage you to talk to them. We're talking about forming a common law assembly in Sacramento, and one of the things that does is it convenes, like I said, the citizen inquiry. Common law assembly is how America started. It's the idea that governance comes from the people, not government. And these kinds of things, if you try to go through the official channels, we all know from experience what happens. But we, the people, can start this movement from the grassroots. And so, for example, the common law assemblies that we have set up, like, for example, in Dublin, there's one in New York, there's several in Canada. They put these issues out. They say, why should these churches that have killed children and are still trafficked and have tax-exempt status? Right? I mean, under the law, you have to put all your money towards charity or advancement of religion, not investing in the global arms industry and trafficking of human beings like the Vatican does. So that kind of movement, or the financial concordat, where all of your tax, not all, but a percentage of your tax money is channeled directly to the Vatican Bank through a secret financial concordat in over 100 countries. Like all of these things, the secret government were prying off because all of these issues are connected. Right? You can't have these mass murdered children unless you live in a tyrannical regime. And so the only antidote to that is again, we the people. And these common law assemblies and the courts that we've shown work. I mean, there was maybe 24 of us in Canada. We forced the issue of genocide onto the agenda. 1,000 people with placards outside Parliament Hill wouldn't have done the same thing. But you know, you strike strategically at what they love, and at the right time and place, and you have an impact far beyond your numbers. So for all the work we do, whether it's the valuable work of therapy and counseling, it's put in the context of, it isn't just a matter of individual therapy, it's a matter of seeing the crime as systemic. And so not talk about recovery only, but transformation. And that's the word we like to use in our movement. Not simply recovery, but transformation of ourselves and of the society that causes these crimes. So that's, I think in closing for me, the rainbow after the storm, the silver lining, the thing that for me constitutes hope. And I want to end with two cases because they're instructive. William's case, William Coombs, when he was a little boy in the Kamloops Indian School where he was in prison, he saw one day Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip show up, October 10th, 1964. Note the dates, they all add up to 10. October 10th, 1964. 10 children were taken away. They went out to a picnic at a place called Dead Man's Creek, and this is all in film as part of the deposition in our court case in Brussels. 10 children were taken away by Philip and Elizabeth, who they were identified later by 3 others as being there that day. We checked government records, they were in a world visit to Canada at that same time. The children were never seen again. Interestingly, there were 7 boys and 3 girls, all local kids, all vanished. If you look at the book of Job, right at the beginning where Job's children were killed, remember Satan is given power by God to go test the faith of Job. And so he wipes out his kids. He causes the roof to cave in on his 7 boys and 3 girls. Okay. Yeah. And after the fact, we were working with William, like I said, the incident of him coming into the church that day with a big smile on his face, overcoming that trauma with us. And we asked him to come to London. We're holding a forum there. This is before I got deported. And we asked him to come, and the week before he was to come, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police showed up at his door and took him down to St. Paul's Catholic Hospital in Vancouver. And he was injected there with some stuff. He was dead the next day. Now, we have on record Chloe Kirker, the nurse on duty, gave her testimony. And she treated William. And he died of tubercular meningitis was the death certificate, which is what you always say was killed Indians, they died of tuberculosis. But Chloe said he had none of the symptoms of TB, he wasn't coughing up anything, he didn't look sick, pallid at all. But his fingernails had all the tell signs of arsenic poisoning. And she said, I will testify under oath that in my professional opinion as an RN, he was poisoned. They didn't even have him on an IUD, which you need to do if you're given diluted toxins. He tested positive for toxins, but they didn't even have him on an IV. Right? So, I mean, there's that. Chloe had to move out of the country. She's now living anonymously after death threats came down, and she began talking about that. Right? Second case I want to mention, because it did tie into other things that were ordered. And it was interesting you mentioned Joan Baez. Apparently, Joan Baez's father was a psychiatrist, and he was, now I haven't seen the evidence on this, but it's said that he worked on it as an MK-Ultra researcher, and her own sister was, you might know more about that, but her own sister was in a psych an experiment. Yeah, I think in our autobiography she kind of alludes to that. But I was approached a number of years ago by a guy who lived on Salt Spring Island, which is off the coast of British Columbia. His name is David Barclay. He was, again, this is from the deposition we put before the court in Brussels. David Barclay's wife, Gail, at a young age, was taken into an experimental program in between 1954 and 56, which is the height of the MK-Ultra experimentation. Also when television became a feature of every American living room, which is not accidental. But Gail, as a young girl, was taken to a place called Lincoln Park Air Force Base in Calgary, Alberta. And there she was part of a pain threshold experiment study, where I won't go into the details, but they used all sorts of various means to torture to death children and others, mostly high percentage of black and Jewish children were brought in. Because the man running this was codenamed Bob Armstrong. His SS tattoo number on his arm was 091374SS. His name was probably Hubert Vasilov, a former Waffen SS doctor who worked in Auschwitz. Now this is not uncommon. You know Project Paperclip brought over a lot of Nazis. You know about Werner von Braun that worked for NASA, because so many Nazis run NASA, but ex-Nazis, so-called ex-Nazis. But a lot of them actually, Canada brought in more Nazis up to the war than any country in the world because they were processed through and then brought down to the States, given fake IDs and everything. A bunch of these guys worked on the mind control and behavior mod experiments that were rampant in these Indian schools and Indian hospitals. Now, Gail is a survivor of one of these. She was kept alive as a control element in the experiments. And what was interesting, David gave me the statement in February 2nd, 2001, and he said that he wrote to the government complaining about this experimentation. What happened is that after they killed all the children, they buried the evidence, they bulldozed the facility into the ground, and Gail was left alive, but continued visits by her handlers, triggered like in ways that you're all familiar with, the way they keep monitoring their test subjects. And so David wrote to the Canadian government. This guy who worked for, it's called the NCIS, it's military intelligence, came out and took down all the information at their house in Salt Spring. And his name is Dan Gasseau. Dan comes back a month later and he says, I've confirmed everything you said, it's all on record, including this man Bob Armstrong. Now he said to David, are you sure he was an experimenter there? Because according to this, he ran all the experimental programs in Canada. This is at the Lincoln, not just Lincoln Park, but the Allen Memorial Institute, CIA-funded facility for Ewan Cameron, wiping out memory, hard driving, where you reconstruct the personality and memory. Lakehead Psychiatric Hospital, the various Catholic hospitals where these experiments are going on. So the guy said he ran the whole program, and he was definitely off in SS. So he said, okay, what can you do? He said, this Dan Gasson, who's a sergeant, he said, I'm going to get you every penny of compensation I can. Very enthusiastic, good guy. He comes back. A week later, he gives David a phone call and says, we never had this conversation, you never met me. That was that. But the reality, and the reason I use those two cases, is the indication of what we're dealing with. It's systemic. I don't believe that child abuse, child trafficking, all of this is episodic. It's not the exception to the rule. It's the nature of what we live under. Really, the child abuse, when you look at it historically, is normative in Western culture, as is genocide. And that's for me why one led so easily to the other. As I was investigating genocide, I realized there's a basis of this. It isn't just that it happened to our ancestors, which it did. My great-grandfather came from Ireland and his whole family died on the ship over. They starved to death because the British loaded them on there without food. And they were dead by the time, all of them except for Grandma Daniel O'Neill. And it's normative because if you just step back for a minute from everything and ask yourself, if you're a small elite, how do you rule a majority? Fear. And making sure the majority don't understand their own innate power, right? And the best way to traumatize and make somebody afraid is not just simply to traumatize them at a young age, but to live in a culture where it's acceptable to do so. Because look around, the proof is in the pudding. Are perpetrators ever targeted? Are they even talked about? We always talk about the victims. We always talk about the results. And this was the power of our campaign, we said, no, we're not going to talk about the victims. We're going to say what caused it. Who are these people? What is causing it? And what is causing the bigger crime, which is the cover-up and the continuance of it under a different name. Because it's not a crime in practice for a child to be raped. Canada has, of all the countries in the world, is the lowest conviction rate for child rape. And just the other 2 years ago, the Canadian government rewrote the Criminal Code of Canada, making it more of an offense to own a marijuana plant than to rape a child. 1 year mandatory sentence for child rape in Canada. 5 years for owning a pot plant. So, what is it telling you? And that's more blatant, right? But what does it tell you when 90% of people get off after raping a child? You know, it's not a crime. And so we can change that though, because of course it's a crime in here, but then we find this is up against the system. And from our long experience, and there's a lot of veterans in the room here who've been through what it means to sustain movements, grassroots movements, right, of the people, that all we have is each other and our determination and our persistence, and the lessons that we learn, that we have to generalize. So I'm honored to be part of that. I'm going to be coming back next month, February 15th. There's another meeting in Sacramento that I mentioned, of the Common Law Assembly. But we want to generate this grassroots outrage, righteous outrage, because it has to stop, and I think there's a great untapped goodwill. I find it all the time, especially among mothers. You know, in the Native world, when the people who would come up to the healing circles, it was always the women. The women have this power. They bring life into the world. They know it's sacred, because we can tap into that. We will have an amazing force in this country, many, and this crosses all boundaries, all political, religious stuff. We have to unite everybody in every situation to do this. So I thank you. I'm honored, especially to be invited by Connie, my soul sister there, and all of you. And maybe we have time for questions or discussion, but I welcome that. Thank you.
Kevin, what's the name of the website you said for the book?
I'm sorry?
The name of the website you said for the book?
Okay, murderbydecree.com. Now, the Tribunal website was taken down last week. We're still trying to get it up. I don't know what the problem is. itccs.org. So murderbydecree.com is the thing you should go to for now. My email is thecommonland @gmail.com. And I've written 10 books in the last 3 years. It's kind of a nervous habit I have. But these books and all of them you can get online at Amazon. Just putting Kevin A-N-N-E-T-T. This is all the hard evidence. This is the story unrelenting between Sodom and Zion, kind of my story of flower. I've got a few copies here, but when we see each other again, we can get those to anyone interested. Yeah.
Kevin, would you talk about the efforts against the Ninth Circle that were successful? And
Yeah.
all the sheriffs, the common law sheriffs that are in your...
Yes.
Is that N-I-G-H-T or K-N-I-G-H-T?
K-N.
K.
Oh,
With a
nice.
K.
Ninth.
Knights of Darkness.
Like ninth is like the number.
Now, there's overlap. These things go by different names sometimes, but the Knights were set up. We know their roots are in Germany. It had something to do with the SS. We don't have enough information on it. But the Ninth Circle, that name comes out of Dante's Inferno. Dante Alighieri, the Italian poet of the 14th century, who knew popes, by the way. He was in there, and some people believe that he had an inside knowledge of these things, because the Ninth Circle in his poem, The Inferno, talks about the lowest level of hell, the Ninth Circle of hell being where Satan resides, along with the souls of those who betray the sacred trust. So in the Ninth Circle ceremonies, there's the usual ritual, rape, murder, cannibalism, but they do it as part of the denial of their oath to God. So they reverse the oath to God and seal it with the blood of the innocent. Especially someone who's innocent who's trusted you. So to get into the inner circle of the Ninth Circle, you have to sacrifice your eldest child and cannibalize her. Rape your daughter, kill her, eat her. Otherwise, you're killed on the spot, according to Toast Niehaus. Now, some of these links are online. I can send you all this information if you're ready. But, so that's part of it. Now, these people, there are two eyewitnesses, Toast Niehaus and Anne-Marie von Bienenberg. They were both born into the Ninth Circle, there's an inner group run by the Church of the Knights of Malta, the kind of inner Roman Catholic clique. And then there's an outer kind of protective group of just, quote, lay people. And these are satanic families, right, intergenerational satanic families. So Toast and Anne-Marie were both born into them. Now, there's the overlap with organized crime because the bodies are provided often by the Drangheta, that's the European mafia. They do a lot of drug and human trafficking in close relationship to the mafia, or to the Vatican, who launders all their money. You know, all this stuff is well known. But, so the Drangheta and the Belgian and Dutch royal families were very linked to this. Now, because of all of those links, there were a lot of people who knew about it, and they began to talk. And in 2014 and 2015, there were a number of takedowns. These are common law sheriffs who were actually ex-military and some serving cops, went in and shut down a number of Ninth Circle ceremonies that we found out about. And including in Montreal, at a place called Marie-Vendôme Cathedral, Mary Queen of the World. It's the main Catholic cathedral in downtown Montreal, and it's in a sub-basement area, is where this event was going to take place. It was stopped, and the guy responsible, his name's Cardinal Marc Ouellet. He's one of the senior guys in the Vatican now. He's the one who tried to organize this. Pope Francis called a meeting of all the bishops in the world to try to bolster up his sagging situation, and only half of them showed up, which is the first. The bishops are voting with their feet then, and they know Francis's days are numbered, so they're not showing up. But this Marc Ouellet probably deliberately sabotaged it under orders of the Ninth Circle to help get rid of Francis and bring in a more innocuous character to take the heat off himself. But, so, is that what you're referring to about that takedown, those incidents? It can be stopped. We've shown that they can be stopped.
This, what, 7 different sites that people went to and arrested and 19
There
people?
were. I'll have to, that's unfortunately some of the information that's on the site that's being taken down. And they've backed up, but it's been a continual struggle to get this stuff out. You know, our people in, well, for example, is we have criminal sheriffs in the Netherlands and Ireland. They've all faced arrest this last week on trumped up charges, almost every one of them. They're coming down seriously on this work now because they're worried on what's being revealed, you know, and more is being revealed, you know, so that's the reality. So yeah, anyway, that's all about that. Yeah,
Are you in danger?
I think we all are.
I mean,
Well,
I think that's all self-evident by what you said.
yeah, well, yeah, but here's the thing, they could kill anyone, but they'd rather not. They don't want to create a martyr, they want to bring more attention. So what they want to do is make me a leper. They want to make me a leper, and this works so effectively in Canada. I call it the C word in Canada, controversy. It's funny because you come to the States and you say, take on the government, and people go, oh yeah, really? Really, tell us more. In Canada, it's, whoa, kind of crossover border, right? So I found that after a while, you do enough of this stuff, and if you do the right thing, you have that light around you. And a lot of us have that experience. You're on the right path, and you have protection. And I don't have a rational explanation. I don't want to put a religious explanation on it by any means, but they don't want to kill me. They want to get people afraid to discredit the issue. They also don't want me in a court, because I've often said to people, why have they never sued me over 25 years?
Right.
You know why? They don't want, yeah.
I have a question. Yeah, and just seconding on that, I work in a controversial field too,
Yeah.
but the bigger you are, the more well-known you are, the more they really won't make an issue with you, because exactly that, if they mess with you, they actually lend credence to what you're saying. And
Unless they want to kill you in plain sight like they do to Martin Luther King.
okay, right.
To scare everyone.
I'm not
But,
saying
yeah.
everything, but I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
saying, you know, you can, as an advocate,
Yeah.
actually protect yourself by being outspoken.
Definitely.
And then they actually don't want to mess with you.
You're right.
Because it would create a public backlash.
Hang out with Kevin and
It's a little weird, but I did want to know, on that, so not that I'm going to attack you, but where do you operate out? Are you operating out of this area? And the information that you have, which is a wealth, besides being on Amazon, do you have it posted on these websites as articles that we could, because I think getting the message out is a real difficult thing and getting people to believe it.
Yep. It has at various times over the years been on various sites. It's always been tagged, always taken down. We don't get money from it anyway. It's all community funded. So there's just so much we can do. We create information so that others with the means can act on it. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. And our strength is in these situations, and for people to carry it on themselves in their own communities. So we're more like, I say to people, I'm not an organizer, you're the organizers, I'm a catalyst.
Yeah.
Right, and that's what we're trying to do, but we're woefully inadequate when it comes to financial or technical backup, and we have to keep finding ways to do that. I do a show on Sundays, starting February 3rd, it's going to be back up on the air. Sundays at 3 p.m. Pacific on BBS Radio. Now, our station got burned in the Paradise Fire.
Yeah,
I think we paranoid about that.
That's not bad.
But anyway, it's bbsradio.com/ here we stand, which is one word. And we have a lot of, as a matter of fact, if any of you want to be on the show, if there are stories in there, please, it's an open invitation. Come on. That's every Sunday at 3 p.m. bbsradio.com/ here we stand. Yeah.
BBS Radio?
bbsradio.com/ here we stand. From Martin Luther's Day.
Question for you is, what can an ordinary person do to help this movement or to help bring justice in this situation? How can an ordinary person help you, someone, who's a regular person?
I know your question, I'm going to get to it, but I don't think there are ordinary people. Like, you can't be an ordinary person and do this work.
Right.
I think someone who
Right, okay.
addiction or
There's these crimes are happening everywhere, they're happening a block away. It's a matter of getting courage to research it, document it, and then take action and link up, like through our network. Most basic thing you can do, if you know anyone who goes to a Catholic church, tell them you're not giving money They're a transnational criminal organization that launders money for the mafia that traffics human beings. So there's this flyer that we give to people, stop the slaughter of children and kill to all Catholics, saying just that, and saying, fill this form out on the back, stick in the collection plate, saying, I'm not giving money to the church as long as we're doing these things. Now, you know what? When you do that, they freak. Why do you think we move things in Canada? Because we threaten their money. Money and public image, that's what they're concerned about. So if you want copies of that, come up again and sow the seeds. Yeah.
My question to you guys, I'm going to create a TV series that's going to air locally and other places. If anyone is ready to say something from a camera, do an interview, or any kind of contribution of that matter, please let me know. For anyone that wants to help me spread this through social media, because I know some things, but I know there's always someone else who knows more. If anyone knows about these things and can help, let me know. Or if you're yourself ready to say something, or you have friends, or even just a conversation, leaving a little bit of information helps, because people would gladly watch that, and it helps make the TV series longer as more episodes to it. So yeah, if anyone wants to participate, please let me know, okay? My email is gypsytaub@gmail.com. gypsytaub@gmail.com.
Maybe what's in
Yes, can you, kind of, as much as you feel safe to do, talk to the room about the grand jury process? And so if there happen to be people in the room that wanted to put that together for the Commonwealth grand jury, can you talk a little bit about that?
I can't talk knowledgeably about how it is here, because I know California is unique in that your counties have permanent grand juries sitting, right? I don't know, I think maybe Pennsylvania does, I think maybe somebody could tell us that, but the grand jury is very powerful because, I mean, it can be used by the government in a bad way, like it was during the Vietnam War against activists, but the grand jury system, the idea that people can do, it's like the citizen inquiry idea, but it's legitimate, it's in the Constitution. And I would link up with whatever local grand jury you have and get them on board with whatever kind of campaign that you plan to do. But don't forget, we're not relying on the existing system either, we're also creating our new system. That, like in areas where, like in Europe, people don't know what the hell you're talking about. When you say common law, they don't know what that is. But they understand natural law and inherent rights. And so they're forming like that. In Ireland, they've got a permanent common law assembly in Dublin that means they've got like 200 people gathered. And their big issue is all the evictions and the housing. Like poor families now are going into Dublin in all these vacant buildings and just occupying them. And the biggest slum landlord there is the Catholic Church. And so they're, you know, it's like all these issues keep coming together. And the advantage is that these people have been fighting for centuries, you know, and they already know what genocide is, and it's not abstract. Because child abuse is just another form of genocide, really. Trying to wipe out our people. And it's interesting, a little anecdote, Delmar Johnny, he's dead now, but a Cowichan Indian who I worked with on Vancouver Island, I said, you know, Johnny, sometimes we romanticize our original people. I mean, I don't anymore, because my great-grandmother was Cree, but we never make a big thing of it, because nobody in the family wants to talk about the Cree side of the family. But I said to him, you know, we romanticize Native people sometimes. And he said, well, don't. I said, when you, before the whites came, how did you deal with when children were harmed? And he said, well, there was a special group of men in the village, and when anyone harmed a child, the men would take him off into the woods and you wouldn't see him again. And I said, you know, it's kind of harsh, isn't it? Being a product of our culture, we think that's harsh. And he said, no, because his life is not as important as the future, not just the child, but our future. Because if our children don't survive, we don't survive. If we have the next generation isn't here, we're not going to survive. And so, you know, there's simple wisdom in that we can't tolerate. We have to stop. Everything we're being trained to do is towards in the interest of the perpetrator, whether they're in power or whoever, right? And we have to reverse that and say, no, what's going to be in our long-term interest as a people and our children, who are sacred. Remember Jesus' prescription, one would harm one of these little ones, and millstone should be tied around his neck and should be thrown in the ocean. Not exactly nonviolent and pacifistic, wouldn't you say?
Actually, I think you said that was better than.
Yeah, it's the.
Better than what
Uh-huh.
should or
I
might
take
not.
license, I'm a preacher, I can take
Right.
license.
Absolutely, yes, that would be, that is a great consequence.
What if, you know, I'm having a little trouble with this common law grand juries that are inherently within our government structures today. So, because to me, they're already corrupted being part of that government structure in part, especially because of the court systems that we know are very corrupted. So, how could you step outside of that and talk about what can be done maybe through a people's grand jury or something like that within this country here? Can you talk to them?
Personally, I prefer that method rather than going through what is, because, I mean, like, there's good people in every system, but it's a question of relative weight. If you're trying to work through their system, you'll have to go according to their rules, their procedures, and it's energy draining. We have just so much energy in the day. It's better to get a group of people sitting over here saying, what do we need in our investigation? How are we going to do it? Okay, and that's very empowering, rather than let's wait for the governor to get back to us, or whatever, right? Or wherever. So I prefer the creative way, just doing it ourselves, inviting other people in, absolutely. But you find when you lead, the so-called governors have to follow. The rulers follow our initiative on all things, so why surrender it?
Can I add to that?
Yes.
I've realized in my journey that, you know, the reason all these things are hidden, these crimes are being hidden and covered up, and so much effort goes to that, is because of the goodness of most folks.
Yep.
If most people knew and believed what was going on, we would not stand for it. We absolutely would not stand for it as a population of human beings that have decency in our hearts. You know, we simply wouldn't stand for it. So that's why it's hidden to begin with. So when we see it less hidden, that's the biggest concern, is that, wow, they're really getting brave.
Yeah, the grand jury that came from England, I've studied it pretty extensive. In our Constitution, it does mention it once, I think it's in the Fifth Amendment, and it says by indictment or presentment. An indictment is when a prosecutor takes a document to the grand jury to get, you know, basically what's called probable cause to initiate a criminal action. A presentment is when the grand jury acts on its own volition. And from that standpoint, it seems that there's a you know, I've known of various common law grand juries around America. You know, if you're not set up by the institutions in place, they'll sometimes prosecute the members of the grand jury very quickly to try and stop that. We don't want you to do that. And you know, they have various ways to deal with them, but the laws, at least the First Amendment, I mean, they're pretty broad. You can say just about anything you want to about anybody in the government. So, I mean, you can't say anything about other people and be loose, but you can say it seems that they're protecting people, you know, and you can say about government officials, the First Amendment, you know, protects it. And it seems to me that grand juries, you know, or private citizens, you know, the more people that get involved, the harder it is to quash it. The more people get the information to, you know, so, you know, if you had like a citizen inquest of some sort, and one of the reasons that grand juries operate the way they do is because no one teaches them what they can do. Grand jurors have an incredibly huge amount of power. They can indict the judges in front of them.
Yes.
Yeah, and they don't know that they can.
They can create the law, too.
Yes, yeah, and what you were saying also, as far as, you know, we have statutes, you know, I mean, and there's a judge from England who did some awful things that you need to remember. His name's Matthew Hale. He did say, one of the most profound things he said was, you know, from time to time, he says, no statute has its original writing. He says, from time to time, those things that we find that are good and effective customs, we memorialize them and write it. And those things that, from time to time, the common law will decide, you know, would still honor a good custom. But in nature, natural law, And it's interesting because it has to do with prohibition, which we have in America, the 18th Amendment, you can't do it. If something's an evil act or shouldn't be done, it's called malignant insane, because it's bad in nature. It is. Malleum prohibito, which is a lot of these horseshit laws that we have, like you say, I've never even smoked pot, but I mean 5 years in jail for, on the face of us, most of us can see and look at something, we can say that's garbage and that should stop. So a grand jury, in theory, should be able to call a probable cause, or any group of people, whether it's, grand juries are supposed to be 23 at maximum. That was the law, or, 23. Because the reason the grand jury worked the way it was because 12 people had to, why 12? It's the law divided herself in number 12. Number 12 was highly regarded holy writ, 12 tribes, 12 stones, 12 apostles. So that's why 12. But a grand jury had to have 23 because you couldn't know who the 12 were. Right. Because the king would pound the hell out of the 12. And anyway, I'm going over mine. But that's why, if enough people, whether it's 24, 28, 48, if enough people come together, they look at the evidence, they can see that it's good, and they know who's doing it, then damn well we're going to move everything. And it doesn't matter how few or how many governors.
And the power of that is, I don't know if you're, this is being wiped out of the memory, but in 1999, there was a case brought by Martin Luther King's family, widow and kids. And the court ruled, it went to court, because James Earl Ray clearly wasn't the shooter. There were eyewitnesses who saw 2 other people, and anyway, it was basically the same special forces team that took out JFK out of Fort Benning. And they proved, the jury brought in a verdict finding James Earl Ray not guilty and stating that Martin Luther King died because of government involvement. Do you remember that being reported anywhere in the press? I mean, that is pretty fundamental. That is a story of the decade, half a century, that the government helped kill King, right? And that's what we get. Like, this whole story, it's down, like George Orwell said, down the memory hole, right? But we can bring it out of the memory hole all the time because we're the living history of it. And so we just have to act on that.
Can you recommend resources where we can learn how to do this? Is there any good books?
As a matter of fact, I didn't dare to say one of the books I wrote is, there's 2 books. There's the Common Law Training Manual, which you're happy to get. I've got all copies of this. I can mail them to somebody. Connie will mail you that. If you want a copy, get them to Connie. Common Law Training Manual, and then it's called Truth Teller Shield, a Whistleblower's Manual. And that manual gives you lots of hard evidence and ways of navigating these things and operating through all these pitfalls. So,
is it similar in California, or is it in Canada, or is it written for Canada?
No, it's written for the general audience.
The Whistleblower's Manual?
Yeah, it's on. Go to Amazon.com, put in Kevin on it, and it's called Truth Teller Shield, a Whistleblower's Manual. And it's got a lot of great. It's also got 50 quotes from Sun Tzu in the Art of War, which you really need to read.
Yeah. And how do you spell your last name slowly?
Like a gnat without the E, so it's A-N-N-E-T-T. Don't believe everything you read on the internet.
Yeah, but that's some guy chasing you for a while.
Oh God, I'm responsible for everything.
Check out the first page of Google. Look deeper than that. Go ahead.
Oh, it's funny, just on that, the RCMP admitted that as far back as 1998, when I helped organize the first tribunal into this stuff in Canada, they have, and this actually came out in the, interestingly enough, during my divorce trial, where the lawyer for my ex-wife admitted that he had been asked for information from the RCMP about me. And no, the funny thing about Canada, they're like that British judge, Fulford. They boast about it because they know there's no system of accountability at all.
Yeah.
There's no even formal check and balance. And like the Chief Justice of the Canadian Supreme Court sits in the Privy Council in Ottawa. It's like if Trump sat down with who's ever the Chief Justice now.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe they do anyway, but it's not that blatant, right? But anyway, so.
Like Scalia died, with a pillow over his head and there was no autopsy. No, it happens here.
Right.
And funny thing, no one in the news has talked about it since.
Yeah.
Right.
Arrangement. Anybody else who has any things? Questions? Inspiration? Yes.
Whenever I Want to mention something about the poll, like on a speeches or a protest? I don't really understand exactly how it all comes together. There's something that you can say about the efforts to bring down the Pope and a little bit about how, just make it really, if you can compress the story and just describe briefly what happened with the Pope and how you actually
Ratzinger?
get into the design.
Or the president? President?
Oh.
Yeah, or
No,
Ratzinger?
Ratzinger, you took that.
The one who is resigning with it.
Well, how has it happened? He did it to himself because,
But
well,
like,
it's
my question is
complicated.
like if I were to speak at a protest, and I make speeches against the church and government all the time, so how can I say something in a few minutes that would
Simple.
give people a general idea of what happened, because obviously it's not recorded anymore, so.
Okay, it's not about individuals, because popes are just figureheads, they come and go, right? They're the hand puppet. It's about policy, and we've got a copy of it right there in the appendices, Appendix 4 of murderbydecree.com. It's called Appendix 4, page 336. It's called Crimen Solicitanus. Everybody needs to know about this, especially if you're Catholic. It's been in place since 1929. It's the policy governing how you deal with child abuse in the Catholic Church.
Wow.
It applies to every Catholic. It says when children are harmed, the pontifical secret is imposed.
Yeah.
That's from the Pope. He says everybody is silenced. The police are not to be told, right there, criminal conspiracy. And if you talk about it, it's the mafia law of omerta. If you talk about it, you're excommunicated. So God doesn't like to snitch. God protects child rapists. That's what the policy is. And it's right there in black and white. So people need to know that because when you take your child into a Catholic church, it's a green light to any child rapist. You can become a Catholic priest. You can be protected when you rape a child. And they wonder why so much of it happens. You know, duh. It's encouraged and protected. And it's a criminal conspiracy, and when you put money in that collection plate, you're funding it. And that's a hard thing to say to people who are like, I know from my own experience, they see their church as their congregation. They don't see anything beyond it. They don't see the corporate machine they're part of, where that money is going. They did a study. America is the only country in the world where the financial records of the Catholic Church are published every year. And get this, in 2013, and unless memory fails, 13.4 billion was made by the Catholic Church in America alone. 1.8% went to charity. Well, disqualification under income tax law right there, because they're not supposed to do that. But you keep getting it. Right? So why? Ask your congressperson.
Do you think the Catholic Church will brought down the orthodoxy for it? Will it ever be like completely exposed and?
It's up to you and me and it's not going to come from our house.
Like the whole institution needs to be.
Really? So 1% went to charity.
Actually, 1.8.
That's almost two.
What's that?
It's 98%.
So
Okay.
Well, you can.
There's some credit too.
Well, the restaurant, the offshore accounts of Monique and Trace, it went to the mafia, it went to all the corporate investments in Monsanto and the arms industry. Beretta, the biggest small arms company in the world, is 100% Vatican owned. They own online corn, they own, the portfolio is unbelievable. I'll send it to you if you want. What they're into, right? Landmines, just like the Anglican Church, the whole bit. And they say, when I ask somebody, they say, oh, well, our corporate division has nothing to do with our work as people of God. I said, really? You want you to separate.
Can you mention a little bit more about what's coming up in February? You said you were having more events.
Yeah, I'm coming back here, but there's kind of a, starting in the first week in February, right through to April, like Easter, there's a renewed effort to get this going, to get people to start campaigns in their countries to get tax exempt status nullified for not just the Catholic Church, but anybody involved in these crimes, Catholic, United Church, Anglicans.
Yeah, you need to put that online so everybody can download it. I mean,
Yeah.
you can only one copy. I've got one copy to put
You
it on.
know, you need to put it online.
Well, I will.
We all need to put it online, and
I'll
write
do
to me,
that.
I'll get it all to you, just write to me, either Kamala and Gino, or talk to Connie,
Okay.
these good folks here, they all know me.
That's good.
Good.
That's empowering, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. flyers if you want some of them.
Well, we're going to stop a little early. We're going to go till 5, but I think everybody's looking kind of wiped out. So you're welcome to socialize a little.